Bum 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 ba bum bum ba 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 da ba 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 ba. I don't even know how it happened. Woo! Almost clicked the wrong button. Like this one. Wait, this is not the one. Is it this one? I think it's this one. Is it this one? I don't remember. Yes, it's this one. Yeah. Let's vibe a little bit.
To that voice at night asking where do I belong. Tomorrow is too far away, but memories sound so loud. Part of me was left in yesterday. I know I wanna race the tide and reach the sky. It's who I really am. I'm in the driver's seat, pedal down to the floor. Feel the gasoline in my veins come to the board. Can't stop the rush. I
Oh, I can do that. Hold on a little bit.
Snowflake was fell on my nose. Now flying backwards to last winter. I realize the hellos are goodbyes. The moment I softly let go of your hand, winds up through the trembling branches. A soul for soul bound to soar to the very edge of the staring ocean. Even if are meant to fall apart, I will get sad where you are for all time. Bon voyage, may your path be clear, may you get aware. Dreams are all crystalline sweet. Please crack a little smile. You won't be alone in this world you've chosen as your own. Don't worry, I'm well aware that all snowflakes melt in the end. Which is sign on one that hope of spring, so ardent, flamboyant to that good night. Bon voyage, may your path be clear, may you get aware. Dreams are all crystalline sweet. Please crack a little smile. You won't be alone in this world you've chosen as your own. Time is such a dazzling riddle. Guess I'll spend my whole life unraveling it. Though it might cost me everything I have, I never regret. Wouldn't have it any other way. 'Cause those who chase starlight on their lonely road will find their destinations in the cosmos. Meeting you in this swirling snowfall, the most beautiful
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, it's terrible on like some of the setting. Add like the sting into it. Hold on. Oh my gosh. Stuck for some reasons. Right. This thing should work. Right. That one. Remember I kind of like turn off the light, did I? Alright. I have this thing. Everything's supposed to be working on that particular part, which is not. Volume should be working. If it didn't work, it means hi there. Alright, now I think my muscle thing should be start working properly. No, it doesn't. Let's go for an 8. Okay, going for 3.8 should be... Oh shit, it's still not working that well. Okay, that's weird. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Am I the lamb that must be slaughtered?
Wow.
Or the knife that plunges in while it weeps? Will God forgive the sins he makes me commit?
Okay, this one should be okay now. One, two, three, four, five. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, 10. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sorry that I was like doing a little bit of like V bridges kind of like and stuff. So again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. So I really need to crank this thing up to like 3.8 for this thing to actually work properly. The volume thing. Since I already have V bridges, it's not like that's the thing about like I do have to like use it time to time, this kind of thing. Then all else I kind of like, feel a little bit underappreciated. It's like I bought this thing, you know. Should actually use it. The funny thing is like you look at like how expressive like this face is, but not actually the not actually my model is that expressive. I should upgrade my model in the futures. Who knows? Who knows? But now, I guess like this is fine. Okay. This is okay. Go back to lower music.
His
It's not that I always want to make like the music belly level. It's just that, you know, it's just that is not the main character. You guys have to understand. You guys have to understand. There's still quite a few things I have to like fix it up, and still have to work on a few more things before I can actually start the proper stream again. But either way, like usually like there's a lot of people is going to visit me around this time, but because I haven't like streamed around this time for quite a while actually. If anyone actually like noticed me that I'm streaming and then they're here now, you guys can I'm not sure like how the thingy is still working or not, that I post the right link, I did the right call, that did dash, that did that. It's like a little bit like difficult sometimes. I can actually recall. Do you guys know actually like finally like records band like finally to like release a little bit. Nodding. Eh. Okay. Alright then. Wait, do you guys know actually like the records band finally can like release like new video out because like the federal court decided like, yeah, this is bullshit, like gag order off. You just now have like you know, restraining order on the distance stuff, so they kind of like, you know, restraining on the distant thingy, and then that's all. That's all. And then here's the kickers, okay? Here's the kickers. He finally released a video, and holy shit, it is very damning that the CEO is just a scumbag. Like, haven't he been taught by the kid before not to do false reporting? Like, he's like so fucking confident on his like false reporting too. Like, no wonder the cops is like so on his side. Like, he basically just lied to his fucking teeth. But also like the cops also like really on his side in the first place. It's just the lying kind of like enhanced the, you know, being more on his side. But yeah, like once like they have like all the evidence and everything, they kind of like put it up in there, and holy shit, the cops still didn't believe him. And worst thing is, I told you guys, never fucking trust Google. I kind of like, all I can say, like, not like never trust Google. You shouldn't trust them in the first place. But here's the thing, okay? The moment you touch the internet, expect every single living part of your daily activity and everything is out in the wazoo. Like, there's no way you can hide it. Okay, the moment you have to touch the internet, everything is out there. Okay, like every single bits and parts of the record, a little bit this, a little bit that, so many stuff is going to be exposed out into the internet. No amount of like internet PSA securities precautions you do can keep yourself out from it. You know why? When Google, when like the law touched Google, Google would immediately relent every single thing you have, like your everything. I mean, like literally your search histories, your this and that other stuff. You think the incognito mode does something? No, the incognito mode does bullshit. Okay. There's so many other things that can actually like expose yourself out in the like open. What the Bricks and Minifig does, the CEO, the Eamon McNeff cheeseburgers, that comically like Pringle like evil mustache guy, yeah, he be like, okay, you send me you send me an email, and then I will give you like the inventory list for you to kind of like do a little bit like inventory like checking this and that other stuff that I'm not lying, and then they're all right, here's my email, and then the Bricks and Minifig CEO and went off to Google and then subpoena every single bits and piece of informations of of Reckless Ben, and think closely. Every single bit of information. It's not like, oh, I request a subpoena of like this this time period, maybe like half a year before to this current moment. No. He got everything. He got his entire gosh dang life using that account. just a simple subpoena. Okay, this is why like the Bricks and Minifig kind of like CEO just like went like radio silence on him, because he is literally reading every single bits and piece of his life from all the data and informations Google gave him. All the data and informations, his like Google Drive, his email, his like things that he kind of like signed up to using that email, and then like correlate like using that email, he can go into like his like messaging systems, and check everything, this and that. And then also there's a lots of shady fucking bullshit stuff happening in there. I was like, holy shit. And basically he just like took everything he does in the internet by a small subpoenas of a lie that he want to burn down his building, which he didn't, which is the most hilarious thing in the world. Like he got like video evidence, but he go to the Fox News and say like, no, he threatened to burn down my building. Oh man, that got actually like legitly like literally caught in 4K multiple times and still keep lying. Like holy shit. So, hi there, good king. Still got a few things I have to like fix up. And something would be done. Yeah, last time I didn't know the mic was off. It was fine before, until you come in. I'm not even kidding. You can roll up like the video. Like roll up half of it, like you notice like actually the mic was working, until for some miracle magical reason it didn't. But either way, yeah, had it. Still got like a few more stuff I have to like work on with, like this one, that one, the other things. Then E. I finished one more art commissions at the moment, like this one. Finish this one. And technically, I already finished this one. All I need to do is to fix up the crack, and everything will be done. Just didn't know like how much I need to kind of like how much I need kind of you know, just fix up like the nook and cranny of like stuff. But before that, I need to like do a lot more line. The big crack line is done. Now I need to like fix up this small crack line. Jam. Okay. If I'm like I won't say face, but the movement is a little bit much more sharp and precise. It's just that I reuse my like V bridges again. This software that I purchased a long time ago. I just didn't really like have the time to actually use it because my graphic card is like running like 3 monitors. It just can't run that many monitors. So I end up having like lots of issues. Now I don't have it anymore, so yeah. You know, it would be hilarious that my mic is still not working, I just didn't know. But either way, yeah, like the bricks and minifig stuff, again, escalated. Man, there's so many things. Escalated. Just doing it non-stop at this point. I was like, very impressed. I am very impressed. Hold on. Currently I'm doing cropping and stuff. Was my hair always like this green? I don't think it's like this green. I don't know why. Like, every single time I kind of like I look at like the top side, like you can literally see like in my screen is like is the green is much more brighter every single time I kind of like do video editing. Like they can't detect this green. Like can you see that the green that I have while I'm editing video and the green I have on my VTuber model is like different? It's different, right? I'm not imagining stuff. I can't see like most of the stuff I have. Let's hope like the stream is not going to be like, super duper lag, like because I am kind of like I just record and right now like converting like some of the sound there. Too bad for some weird fucking reasons that they don't really weband format that well. I can't use weband stuff, but I can do a little bit of uploading and things. Alright, after a few stuff like most.
濡れた髪のように崩れてった溺れる心どこか遠くへ消えてしまったさあその願い込めて凍りついたこの空に黎明の種満開に咲かそう滅びゆく体あと一度だけでいいから動いて最後まで戦わせてくださいと溶けて落ちる空港で吐いて振られ抜かるの鼻先まで沈んでもがくことのできないけぶる際限なく続く闇にすくむ足どこまで行けばたどり着くのか時は三角に過ぎてくなんて無力だその願い込めて凍りついたこの空に黎明の種を満開に咲かそう滅びゆく体あと一度だけでいいから動いて最後まで戦わせてくださいどうか黒く縁取るほの暗い道どこまでが自分なのか柔らかいとこ縛る鎖はここで投げ捨てたしまえこの物語を終わらせに
Alright.
から絶望の淵を最後の爪を
The lagging is back. Double check. Do 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 do. My computer. I wonder if anyone's still here at the moment. I know Good King is here. I know Healer is here. Apart from that, I don't know any other people more is here or not. Either way, again, like either I got like a few more stuff I need to like work around with. We'll be soon starting. This is why like sometimes I kind of like start late because I do have like a lot of things I have to work out. like behind the scene. Behind the scene. So many behind the scenes stuff I have to like do this and that. Yeah, if you guys don't know, like that, I actually can legitly just put it here. You guys see how complicated lots of things is. One of the things is like you notice like you type something, it's not actually popping out. Like every single time I restarted my computers, I actually have to like go to here. Go search like I have like lots of like complicated scene stuff. Okay, I'm not sure you can see or not, but now like so I have to like go to I have like so many scene in here. Okay, I have to go to the support side of the scene that which show like some of like the complicated stuff that I do. You can like kind of like recognize some of the scene. So what I do is I have to go to the support chat 3D and go to main chat kind of website thingy, the HTML thingy, and then refresh. And once I click the refresh button, it will go and search the internet, search a file that updated, and see now it's here. Now I kind of can see that thing. So I have a lot of like support like scene, like all those kind of things working behind the scene. So there's a lot of like stuff happening out there. Same with like the pop-up avatar. You can't see anything right now in the pop-up avatar thingy, but the moment I do the oh, not this one. Look. Oh, not pop-up avatar. That's just so many other stuff. Oh, gosh, the lag. Like I did like so many things. So, how did that thing pop out in the first place? It runs so many like layer behind it to actually make it happen. I have user visual, which is going to be a system that like bring out like the image of the user. Then I have the user alert. Okay. Which you can see like I open up the user visual and then here is like the user alert say. See? So they kind of pop out in like different kind of like arrangement and stuff. So you can see like this is like what I type. They will automatically like select this like user thingy, and then they will change the word. Maybe it's like the username. So if you decided like you can try it out, you can type lurk. Okay, you will notice the name would change. The name would change if you type lurk. That's like how the entire system works. Oh. Yeah, I kind of lost what I should do. Then like the call support thingy. There's like so many stuff I still have to like work out with. But yeah, those things, some things that I would do in the future. Something that I would do. There's like lots to kind of like see and watch. I really want to like rewatch like the Lego stuff again. Yep, this one. So you guys can hear it too. Now let me turn off the Spotify.
I don't even know what I did wrong. Yeah, Bricks and Minifigs is making up tons of lies about me to the police to try to get me thrown in jail so I can't release my documentary about them. But the crazy part is I'm not even allowed to know what they're saying I did. Legally, I'm not allowed to film inside court, so I formally requested the audio, but since there was no visual, I hired an animator to animate over it. Right now, I kind of don't even know what I'm being charged for because all of the body cam footage has been redacted, and they say it's to protect the victims. However, I think there are some redactions that maybe don't make sense and that weren't to protect the victims, and there's some things being said about me that are redacted I don't know about.
I do have some concern in this case with the defendant representing himself. The allegations here relate to the fact that the defendant, he's a person he's a YouTuber, creates videos, publishes them online, and has been, if this defendant were to represent himself and we were to provide body cams and discovery, we would be now providing additional information and fodder for this defendant to create videos from which he could profit by placing them on YouTube at the expense of our victim. I have serious concerns for that.
Yeah, the state of Utah is claiming that if they tell me what I'm being accused of, then I'll use it for content on my YouTube channel. And they can't have that. They're arguing to the judge that the best thing to do is to not let me know what's being said about me, which is very strange, but that's their argument. And just in case you haven't been following along with this whole Lego story, this is all happening because I stepped in to help a family who got their Lego collection stolen from a company called Bricks and Minifigs. And for the last couple months, this company's been doing whatever they can to get me arrested so they can keep all the Legos for themselves. And this isn't even just me speculating. One of their own employees literally told us what their plan was.
I got a call from my boss and it was like, how do we get them arrested? How do we get them arrested?
But eventually, Bricks and Minifigs found out that I'm not just some random kid. I'm actually a YouTuber making a documentary on the entire scandal.
So the YouTube guy is named Reckless Ben. I don't want to be on YouTube.
Yeah, this is when things really started getting crazy. Bricks and Minifigs went into ultimate defense mode and was going to do whatever it takes to prevent this documentary from coming out. First, the police got a call saying I had heroin on me.
This officer is going to conduct the search of your person because these are substances in the vehicle.
And obviously, they found nothing. But then they got a call saying that I was the one that stole the Legos. And I got swatted by the entire police department.
Included in the warrant are Legos.
And we all got arrested. But right when I got out of jail, I got a warrant for my arrest for some mystery crime that I committed.
It seems like this guy might live in LA, or his last known address is in LA.
Yeah, the police showed up to my house all the way in Los Angeles to arrest me without bail.
He was like, just tell him he has a warrant for his arrest.
But the police couldn't arrest me.
And you're where he actually is?
No idea.
Okay.
I was somewhere very far away. But anyways, back to court. The judge is looking at signing a protective order to protect Josh and all of his statements about me. If this protective order gets signed, then I'll never be able to find out what he's claiming I did.
I got bad news. I don't think we have any more budget for animation, dude.
Oh, shoot. So how do we animate this next court scene? I guess if we have to not pay the lawyers, then I guess the animation's more important, right?
Yeah, we decided maybe the lawyers are actually more important. So, yeah, we ran out of animation budget. Sorry, guys.
The court's inclined to sign this pretrial protective order unless you have an objection to it, Mr. Schneider, and the objection to such an order.
Yes, I think there's a bunch of misunderstandings in this case, and so this person doesn't want to get exposed, so he's making up a lot of lies about me to order to like get me arrested before he gets exposed. So that's what this whole thing's about. However, before I was allowed to show any of the overwhelming evidence I have to support my claims, the judge didn't care about the evidence and signed the protective order anyways.
Mr. Schneider, the court's going to sign this order and serve it upon you.
So the court has made it clear. They do not want to look at the evidence, and they want to protect Josh and Brandon for some reason. And now I have to somehow fight a court case against all of these mystery crimes against me that I have no clue what they're even saying I did. So this whole mess is happening in American Fork, Utah. But I'm also being charged with another case in Provo, Utah. This is where corporate bricks and minifigs is, which is why I'm also being charged here. And this police department has surprisingly actually followed the law when it comes to discovery, and they sent me all the raw body cam footage of what I'm being charged for. Let's start at the beginning, the moment I first met the CEO. The reason I'm talking to him right now is because before exposing this company for the grand theft they committed, I thought it was in good faith to give them an opportunity to do the right thing first before I make a documentary about this.
You had like $200,000 worth of Legos in your guys' store?
Nope. Never happened.
But the CEO did not want to take the opportunity to do the right thing and instead instantly called the cops on us.
Hi there, I'm calling to report a crime.
They themselves say, hey, you guys stole this product from this person. If you don't give it back, I'm going to burn the place down. Or we're going to burn the place down. Or I'll kill you. It's Ben Snyder who's been the one engaged in this behavior.
You can see in the police report that the crime he wanted to get us charged for is called extortion, which basically means we're threatening him into paying us, which is very illegal. However, obviously he's just making all of this up. The reality is, I just thought it was a nice gesture to give him the opportunity to do the right thing first.
If you guys
screwed over. So now it's time to play the way Bricks and Minifigs is playing and use their own strategy against them. Right now, their strategy is to get me arrested before I get them arrested. So now I'm gonna Uno reverse this and get Eamon, the CEO, arrested before he gets me arrested. But if I'm gonna be the reason that someone's going to jail, I should probably make sure that they definitely deserve this. So I'm gonna give them one more chance to try to do the right thing first. But instead of doing the right thing and attempting to work this out, Eamon just hid in his little office. And he called the police on me.
I can already tell you right now, no one's come outside yet.
Really? But they told us that they were.
I know.
Normally I wouldn't want to get someone arrested, but we gave him every opportunity to talk to us, so at this point, he's just arresting himself. However, the only difference between my strategy and Bricks and Minifigs' strategy is I don't have to lie to the police. Eamon McNeff actually committed a crime. I have tons of crimes on camera that Eamon McNeff has committed. Let's start at the beginning with crime number 1.
So what's going on?
So you guys are holding some of our Legos?
No, we're not.
You're not?
No. So who's
Brian Mansell.
Okay, and who is that?
He's a guy who had he had like $200,000 worth of Legos in your guys' store.
Nope. Never happened.
Eamon was first trying to claim that he's never even heard of Brian Mansell, and this guy definitely never had any Legos in a Bricks and Minifigs store. But once we showed him all of the social media posts his own company made, it was very obvious that we just caught him in a lie. So the CEO decided to change his story, and now the story is the Legos used to be in the store, but the previous owner, Crystal, she stole all the Legos right before they took over the store.
We don't have the Lego. Crystal sold the Lego.
The only problem is their security camera footage of the previous owner getting kicked out.
These are ones that he has not been paid his percentage yet. And if I don't have the tickets, I won't know how much I need to pay him.
That's a business thing and not necessarily yours. He's taking on the business, he takes on all that consignment liability.
Corporate just said that they're going to be the ones to take over the consignment deal with all the Legos that are still in the store. And as extra proof that these Lego sets were still in the store, the owner went into the back and started taking pictures of everything that you can verify in the metadata with the timestamps that match the exact moment she's getting kicked out. And then you can see her leave the store with nothing in her hands, proving that the sets were still in the store and the CEO is lying to us right now. But that's only one side of the story. I also thought it was fair to hear his side.
You sent a bunch of pictures of the Legos still in the back, and you can see in the security camera footage, corporate comes and throws her out.
Great. I understand what you're talking about, but you have a misunderstanding of what has occurred, and you're taking one person's word over another person's word. You go after the party that's responsible, and you don't want to because that's not easy. You have accepted a narrative that is not real, and you are continuing to pursue that narrative because it's easy and it gives you views and it gives you all sorts of clout and does all sorts of things that way.
So basically what the CEO is trying to explain to me is we shouldn't be looking at the evidence. Instead, I should just be taking his word for it because he said so.
Crystal Law was a former franchisee of Bricks and Minifigs.
Yeah.
She took Mr. Mansell's Lego, sold it, didn't pay him, she has his money.
But
she sold his Lego, she has his money.
To make it easier for you guys to understand the CEO's argument, we're going to demonstrate his argument with a little skit.
Oh, that wasn't a backflip. No. Are you sure? You have a misunderstanding of what happened.
Yes, this is the exact argument the CEO is trying to make. Something we just saw in video, the CEO is saying never happened, which would mean the CEO's lying. And most people would agree that lying is morally wrong. However, if you lie about a crime, the way Eamon's lying to me right now, then that's not just morally wrong anymore. That crosses into new territory called illegal. The specific crime is called obstruction. If someone commits this crime, they can get arrested. We're at the police station, and we're going to charge them with a criminal crime, obstructing of evidence of a $200,000 theft. And good news for us, we found out last week that all of the police in Utah take obstruction very seriously here. The police arrested my friend Sheldon for obstruction just for locking his phone.
Right now you're attempting to destroy evidence. Okay, put your hands behind your back. I was just locking my phone.
You're under arrest for obstruction of evidence right now.
The crazy part is, the police didn't even have a warrant, so Sheldon locking his phone was 100% legal. But the police arrested him anyways because that's literally how serious the police take obstruction crimes here. They do not mess around when it comes to obstruction. So now, just imagine how angry the police are gonna be when I go into the police station and tell them that someone is actually, for real this time, committing an obstruction crime. And this obstruction crime is on a much bigger scale. Later, the police called me saying that they were going to do a police investigation on this.
Hey, Benjamin, this is Officer Halpern from Provo Police.
I told the detective the entire situation.
He was saying that this family's Lego sets were never even in the store, like all of this stuff, and it's all documented. I have video of all of him saying this. I think he's like falsifying evidence, and I think that's obstruction.
And now that we stole Bricks and Minifigs' strategy, I think the plan is finally going to work.
Looks like the CEO is going down.
I mean, I submitted the videos of Eamon saying we're gonna burn down the building and shoot him.
They themselves say, hey, you guys stole this product from this person. If you don't give it back, I'm going to burn the place down. Or we're going to burn the place down. Or I'll kill you.
And then I submitted all the raw footage of the entire conversation I had with him, proving to the police that we never even said anything close to this. This raw footage verifies that everything I told the police is true, and everything Eamon told the police is a lie. On top of that, I even got access to the complete case Eamon made against me, and he doesn't have a single piece of evidence to support any of his claims. Which I guess makes sense. Like, how can you support evidence if you're just making everything up? Like, of course you can't submit anything.
So if the police have to decide what case to pursue, they're obviously going to pursue this case because it has like a ton of evidence. And then they're going to throw out Eamon's case that has no evidence at all.
The person you're trying to reach is not available.
Hello, my name is Ben Schneider. A couple months ago, I made a case, and you were the officer that was helping me create it. I submitted a bunch of evidence through a link you sent me, and this was a couple months ago, and I haven't heard anything back. And so I'm just calling to see if I can get some type of update on how the case is going. It's about the CEO, Eamon McNeff of Bricks and Minifigs, in an obstruction case. And so if you could give me a call back at your earliest convenience, that'd be awesome.
We're sorry, your call cannot be completed.
Yeah, literally no matter what I tried, I could not get a hold of this police officer. So I'm traveling all the way back to Utah to go back to the Provo police station in person to see how the police investigation against Eamon is going. And I just so happened to get a hold of the police schedule and arrived at the exact time this officer was supposed to arrive. But before I could speak to this officer, one of the other police officers called into the front desk and asked to talk to me.
Really? They said he was going to be here today at 3 o'clock.
There's always the chance that they might have called out sick or something.
Is there any way that you can, like, check if he's here, or?
He's definitely scheduled to be here. Like I said, they might have called out sick or something.
Are you able to look and see how the case is going? All I really want is kind of just an update on the case.
I can tell you over the phone.
Okay, you can't even just tell me like how it's going, like if he's still looking into it, or?
No, I can't. That's not something I can do.
Okay, well, thank you.
So basically, I came all the way out here to find 0 answers, but eventually I did find an answer. They sent it to me in the mail, and looks like I was right. The police only had time to take on one of our cases, and it was Ammon's, not mine. The case, they took on the case that has 0 evidence at all. In the police body cam footage, after the police watched my full conversation, proving that I didn't threaten to burn the place down or literally anything, they even admitted to Eamon that there was no credibility with his entire case against me.
We agreed that there really was no extortion code that would fit your situation. However, you know, at the end of the day, we do want to help you guys so you're not having to deal with this fool and all of his issues. We did find that there was another code that fit, and it's called aggravated commercial obstruction.
The police just told Eamon that even though there's absolutely nothing to his claim against me, if they work together, maybe they can fabricate some type of charge against me.
However, the tricky thing is that we have to prove that this individual either entered or remains unlawfully on the premise. When he came to the property, did you have to ask him more than once to leave?
Yes.
Okay.
You know, we're not leaving until we get it. And he's like, no. Like,
So Eamon's telling the police that even though they continuously told us to leave, we didn't leave. But if we go back and look at the footage of what happened, this is the reality.
So when they say go to corporate, how do we respond next time?
I have no idea. You have to take it up with them. It's your thing with them. That doesn't involve us. Okay. As a separate business entity, you got to take it up with them. You got to resolve it with them.
Okay, well, thanks so much, guys.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Good luck.
You're good. Sweet, thank you.
Hey, do you want to talk? And they're on their way out. If you want me to grab them or not?
I don't know. It kind of looks like the reality of what happened is we left too early for them. They wanted to pull us back in to keep talking to us. But we did show back up a second time, and to Ammon's credit, about halfway through the conversation, he did say that if we don't leave, he's going to call the cops on us.
You can leave. If you come back here, we will call the cops. If you don't leave right now, I will call the cops.
So you don't want to do the easy way?
And this is right after I told him you could do it either the easy way and just give us the Legos back, or we can do it the hard way, implying that we would take him to court.
So you're threatening me.
I'm not threatening. We're right. Like, we have a right to the Legos, so we're gonna get them the easy way or the hard way.
What proof of ownership have you provided to me that you own this Lego?
I mean, I can give you proof if you want.
Right. Provide proof.
But right after he says this, he's now asking us to provide him proof that we actually are entitled to these Legos, so we can't leave now because he just told us to stay and provide proof. And then at the very end of the conversation, he says this one more time.
Okay, you've been asked to leave. Please leave.
We have to leave? Okay. Well, thank you for working with us, and so see you later.
Well, we have now all just seen the video footage of what actually happened. But now let's hear how Ammon describes it to the police.
guys, at this point, I've asked you to leave. Please leave. Well, we you know, like, you have to listen to us. You have to pay us this money. No, guys, you need to leave, and you're not leaving. Like, but I asked multiple times, they did not leave.
Looks like that might be a second-degree felony. He's facing felony charges. It is a felony?
Yes, because I went to the corporate headquarters and tried to give Ammon the easy way out of all of this, they're now trying to get me on a second-degree felony, which I don't really know how any of this would make me get a second-degree felony. Like, what the heck, police officers? But they're doing it, and the punishment for this crime is 15 years in jail.
I don't know, you know, like however else, you know, like some of that stuff comes through, but, you know, like the reality is, like, we've tried to talk with him and said, we're willing to work with you.
Yeah, I think one of the main reasons the police keep taking Ammon's side instead of ours, besides the whole Mormon thing, is that Ammon keeps framing the situation as he's just the helpful CEO who's trying to do the right thing and return Brian's property. And we're the ones that are preventing him from giving it back to Brian. So I say we rewatch the footage and see what actually happened.
We said we would be more than happy to help Mr. Mansell.
Yeah, because Brian said
he was unwilling to work with us.
Well, Brian said he asked for the store inventory, and that Because he said like he wanted to work with you, and then you guys didn't provide the store inventory.
We asked him to provide us with any documentation, and he provided us with a spreadsheet. A spreadsheet is not something that anybody, you can just walk over to a McDonald's right now and say, all of your ice cream machines belong to me. Why? Because so-and-so said so. And I have a spreadsheet that says that all these ice cream machines belong to me. That's not proof of ownership, that's not proof of anything.
So first off, this spreadsheet Ammon's referring to wasn't just some mystery spreadsheet, it was the actual inventory the store made. But I guess Ammon's trying to claim that the previous owner stole the Legos and then lied on the inventory, and so now it basically makes this inventory invalid. He said that when corporate was taking over the store, that they actually did their own inventory, and this is the correct inventory.
When we took over, we did an inventory.
And good news for me, he's willing to give me this inventory. He's actually always been willing to give it to me or Brian. All we've ever had to do was ask.
We will work with you to obtain any Lego that does exist.
Well, we did that, and you guys.
When?
I think like 5 or 6 times, and we've gotten 0 response back.
Yeah, literally the first thing I did right when I heard about this entire situation was I googled Bricks and Minifigs, clicked on their website, clicked contact us, and sent them a message. I actually got a message back from corporate saying that they would love to help, but after a few months, I kept trying to reply to this message, and they just completely ghosted me.
I think we've done like 6 over the last 4 or 5 months.
Pull it up. Find out. Tell me when.
Let's see. I say like, hey, I don't think this ever got resolved. I'm just reaching back out right now, and never.
Hit forward right now. Resend it.
What's the email?
That is I don't know what email address that is.
This was on your guys' website.
That says fbc.team. I said franchise at bricksandminifigs.com.
Well, this is just on the website, so.
Did I look up something on the website?
Bye.
And said it there?
Well,
did I say that just barely?
Well, that's what.
Yes or no? Did I say that?
No.
I just said send me an email to franchise at bricksandminifigs.com.
Right now I'm doing like animations.
But you're getting mad at me because I emailed the
Also
email
watching
website.
this like Bricks and Minifigs stuff.
So I understand that, but I'm telling you.
I'm not sure my computer is like doing very smoothly or not, because I am using like
yeah, you're like
a
getting
software.
upset at us that we emailed the email that
I'm probably trying to communicate with a.
Well, that's your guys' fault for putting that email on the website.
Sure. Okay.
Ben, so why are you getting mad at us because we emailed the website for your instructions?
You harass us for all sorts of things. I'm not getting mad at you.
We're not harassing. We're just asking for our Legos back. If someone stole money from you and you went and politely asked for the money back, is that you harassing them?
It seems like Ammon kept either trying to stall or switch the subject. It almost seems like he doesn't want to actually give us this inventory. What? He keeps saying he's willing to give it to us.
You guys can send that inventory list to us?
I do believe so. Yes. I think we have sent that to Brian.
He says he said that's all he wants is the inventory list, and he'll stop.
Man, it's lagging. Hold on, I need to turn off my camera. My camera might be like the one that kind of like fritzing out, not the. Wow. Camera is fritzing out. And also Opera GX. And my OBS. And everything. Dang Microsoft. Ew! Microsoft 11! Stop doing bullshit! in my meetings. I really like. You know what? I need to check like what is like eating up all the resources. But I open up task managers, but the task manager is not popping out. Man.
Like bugging you guys.
Well, then, Mr. Mansell and you, and if you want to be included on the emails with Mr. Mansell, that's totally fine. You guys can email us, and we can go
But you
back
guys
and
will
forth.
give him the inventory list? Because he said he's been asking for it for over a year now.
We can show the inventory list that was obtained when the store was originally taken over from Crystal Law, and we can work through that process and try and identify what was or wasn't there, and also try and identify how to proceed from there.
Yeah, I think Brian gets upset because he says they always say that they'll send me the list, kind of like how you're saying, oh, we can send it easily. But then when it comes down to it, you'll never actually send it. So maybe if you actually go ahead and send it, it would make him feel better.
Well, I understand what you're trying to get at. We're more than willing to work with you and help you. That's why I'm saying send an email to that email address that I just gave.
Okay. Finally, everything sort of stabilized after I turned off my thingy. Apparently, my memories are full. I didn't even know how that happened. I have to like slowly check my phone. Gee-ish, everything not fine. It's not fine. My computer is like literally running on fumes. RAM limiter! Limit your RAM! I'm running out of RAM! How is that possible? Don't ask. I have no idea. I'm not supposed to be running out of RAM? Unless my RAM die. Oh my gosh, if like I have like a few RAM stick dies, that's like the cause of like my period that day. We might have a big issues on our hand. One of the many few big things in our hand. Relief RAM situations a little bit. Yeah, Microsoft is like doing lots of things. Yeah, Microsoft 11 is really doing a lot of things, kind of like eat up all my RAM. Man. Down, hold on a little bit. Do quite a lot of stuff here. And almost like half of the stuff that's running right now is either OBS or like from should I keep the hardware? I don't think I need the hardware thingy going on there, but it's so conflicted. So conflicted, right? It's also my fault that I didn't use this to open my V-bridges. Okay, my face I added again. Now, yep, the memory died down a little bit. Memory died down a little bit. Good, good, good. Everything should be working properly right now. But either way, yeah, like that's like lots of things I'm track. I'm trying to figure like this thing out. That is, can I just copy and paste this into screen? Because it already at the end, like this particular screen, this is like covering the entire screen. Do this. See. Good. Okay. Okay. Select frame. keyframe. Yes, keyframe this. Okay, this become a little bit more trickier. Yes. The lots of things have to be disappeared behind the scene. Like once this thing hit here. Okay, I need V. Bunch of this. Okay, I need again and delete this part. So basically, there's no more green screen. The blue screen thingy is really just there only. So can they already should on like and since the entire fist is combined into one, Control C, Control V, C and V. I need 4 frame. These I need 4 frame as each crack, like each like 2 frame, it introduce a additional crack. You can see, this is like big crack and then hairline crack, then even smaller hairline crack. Okay. More crack get introduced, more gap. Like I want to show it like, you know, like something like the thing is kind of like breaking apart, and also like why is not my camera work? Okay, now my camera should be working now. So like more crack is going to appear, and then like there will be like white colors, kind of like, you know, like when like glass crack, like inside you can kind of like see a lot of like white bright line like scatter around, like those things. And also I wanted to crack in the like the smaller piece that happening in like around like here, or like around like in here, all this place that you can see all the like smaller crack. I wanted to chip out into pieces you can see right behind the scene. So I need to do two coloring. Okay. Coloring 1. Cover everything because again it's crack and stuff. All this crack. All part of the crack. Will reveal the scene from behind. And you need that. Look at this. Okay. Going to use this. Select everything in here. They don't even need visible now. Add all in. 14. Lastly added. Since they moved around, I have to go back. Activate like actively. This delete. So now they kind of like can stuff that is like kind of behind. This you kind of like can see, so you can kind of like start seeing like stuff behind it as like the crack like U is more erasing. But there's a reason I kind of like colored them. This is I need like copy and paste some of the crack. Kind of like there. Right. You have to dumb down the crack. Click. Light it. Color again. Go to the third layer and delete. Visible now. Or should I think I should like add a fence behind. Okay, doing this Adobe track. Now to see the B part of the screen. Okay, and then And I'll be like, doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. All right. Ooh. The things. this thing news? I can. Big crack thing. But when you kind of like do this like crack thingy, it's actually going to be semi-transparent. So I'm going to significant. And all this crack blur is not the actual blur. Okay, actual blur is going to. I was going. I'm going to have all those things. Wrong layer, wrong. Okay. Layers. This. Thing first. Okay, I removed all the excess blur. This go here. Blend. This. Ugh, someone cursing me. Ooh. At the end, I think. green screen. Colorful layers. Then I need to do a little bit of editing on the video. That should be done on this part. It's not going to be like super complicated. Like I say again, like this is not like some high level like 50 like you know like $500 like animations. Okay, like you see like how to make it like much more smooth. And that's the thing. Man, my computer is slow. Okay, I did this. I'll record. Thingy. Ding. Okay, done stuff. Done stuff. Not. This will be like almost like 4 second. Basically, it is a 4 second animation. And this is like a full animations too, so what I need to do this one is I'm going to merge the selected layers. After merging the selected layers, white. I'm going to do a little bit like incomplete stuff about this. Basically, this is like the crack is like giving out. The thing. And with this, should look better. this, everything will look a little bit better. Look a little bit better. Like how better? I don't know. Code. Turn this. All right, I'm getting this into an MP4. If it's not smooth enough, I'll try to find another way to do it properly. But at the point, I think everything should work how I imagine. If it didn't, my fault. Working great. Working great. I think I need to compress the cracking stuff a little bit. I want to make it happen much more instant. There is a little bit of things is missing. A little bit. Well, for one, I want the crack like feel a little bit more. And also like this particular thing I noticed like on the top one, spin a lot more. it. Punch. Crack. Punch. Yeah, it make like the things a little bit more random in behavior. And then there's still like those kind of like transparency thing in there. I can send it to my client. Just send it to them. Visual is done. Ooh, it's loading. Very long. Internet is not really giving me a space here. Refresh my page. But I am so proud. I think I need a little bit better in like the concept. The screen crack concept. Right now it's just what I can do. Okay, let's screen effect is done. Oh man, my computer is still like slow. Very slow. Image sequence. Transparency. Frame rate. Seconds. Yep. And then I'm going to make this even worse. Like my computer is already really lagging on a lot of aspect. Let's make it like more lagging. Yeah. Like seriously, like the memory is already like 90%. I'm not even sure like what is eating up all my memories. Some really chunky stuff is like happening like behind the scene. I have no idea what. I think just to like improve. And also, for some weird reasons, my clip studio is like eating up like a 10 gig of like memory. It should do that. I wonder what's just like eating up that much thingy. Let me try to close down one thing. Is it having multiple tab of like art thingy like open? I know they are recording stuff. I'm not really sure. It's like eating up like a big chunk of my memory. You can take a look at this. Like my memory is like already tanking like so much. If I really need to open like DaVinci while like Clip Studio is opening, it's not going to be possible. I'm going to close down my Clip Studio. So I have more memory space. And I open this up. Export. Upgrade. Alright. What thingy like started. Ooh. Ah. E. My computer's not. You guys can't hear a lot of stuff that I'm gonna do. Basically, right now I will be working on a lot of animation related like stuff, like adding like sound effect, this stuff, all those kind of things. So I'm going. Open a bin. Smack. Oh. Wait. Work that. So it become like this. Obviously, there's no star sound on this one. And I need to find like a proper sound effect, which I need to turn off like the again I like this because like the I need to turn it off so you guys can't actually hear some random like sound effect things like pop out and anything. Sometimes because like the source I'm like finding, I'm not sure to like show it to you guys or not. To be honest, in reality, I'm not sure to show you guys or not because there are some very sus sounds like they kind of like troll you, like putting it in there. This is why I'm not confident to kind of like blast it out for people. Maybe I can like lower the sound like half. You guys still can kind of hear it, but not like super duper loud. So like those kind of troll sound doesn't like damage your fucking ears. Because like there's like a lot of things like this.
Legendary.
And I can't stop it. I can't stop it. So I had to like find a way to do a lot of like sound effect and stuff. And I did see like it's actually pretty loud. I'm going to lower it down to like even more. Yeah. Is this like okay? It's not too loud for you guys? And it's good. It's fucking loud for me though.
Bruh.
If I press crack, definitely there will be some drugs jokes is going to happen. Everything is just crack. This kind of crack.
What you know about
Every crack is.
Done my class.
I want to use this, but definitely is not that highly effective. I think this one's good, actually.
I'm going to have to put on.
I think this one is a lot more better. Can I have this one? Sound file. On. Drag down. Okay. So. Oh. Window glass. Window glass. Okay. Right. And a little bit level. Somewhat speed changing. X5. Doesn't. Yeah, the crash sound is not that nice. One. Better one. This one actually is good. This I add in like another sound effect. There's so many One Punch Man. That is not a fucking punch.
Whether we wanted it or not. Falco!
I think this one's good. But I need a little bit like open and like softening. Speed change, no pitch correction. And then I need ice.
One highway, so.
I think this one's good. I have to do a little bit of editing now. Okay. One 6.5. Should be a thumb sound instead of like pip sound. Can I try to do lower the tone? Okay. One more knuckle crack.
Oh no. Oh no.
Why always is this crack?
I need crap. This is the greatest.
I'm gonna get copyright. It's always that crack. This is just a bunch of marble.
Lose fair and square. Boo-hoo. Crack.
Is there any other crack? Yes, crunch. Maybe.
Come get you some crunchy.
This one is actually good. If I speed it up, I can have a nice crunching sound. Lower the pitch, change a pitch corrections, and increase the sound to 200. Okay, now for the impact sound, I feel like it's You know, actually, for a lot of people, finding sound in here is the most unprofessional thing in the world. There is a lot of way to get sound, okay? This is the worst way to get sound. Bump.
Robin it.
Because one of the things is like they somewhat, just somewhat, copyright free. Obviously, when there's a gosh dang fucking song in there, it's not, but it is somewhat copyright free because it's just like internet use sound. You know, like those kind of meme sounds and everything. I just need to find a way to like properly use them. That's all. Whew. Yeah, I think I got most of the thing like detail like finished up proper way. Ugh. This thing took me like a month to do it. Like, technically it's not a month, but close. 3 weeks. Obviously, I'm kind of like doing lots of things in between, but you know, I do have like a rush job that I kind of like fully focused like 4 days to do it, so I kind of like end up like taking like longer than usual for like this particular one. And then let me redo PNG thingy again. Make it completely transparent in the, because that one was just like for testing purposes. Now I can do like image one export. Raquin smack S. It is going to take a lot. Like doing this and edit at the same time. Holy, tough cooked back. Okay, the way I'm going to export right now is going to be either custom export or I need to press like export, but switch this to 444444444 or like I forgot like 422HQ also like does it? No, it doesn't. If you notice like this particular part clearly, okay, if I choose quad 4, you can see like export alpha. So I will export this thing in alpha format, and then pops go your uncle. But there's one thing, like it's a little bit tricky, okay? And I'm going to turn this thing into okay. save them in here. You can see like the estimate size of this thing is around 128. So imagine every single time you open a file, it have to immediately load 128 like size of. So I have to like shrink the size of the animation. But not in the same time not compromise like the quality of the animations. Technically, it's going to be a little bit compromised, not too compromised. So once I finish all these things, I have to open again shutter encoders, and hold on a little bit. Once I open like shutter encoders, I have to I have the MOV file. I can just So the black part is actually transparent. The black part is the transparency. Okay. So I will drop this thing down. It's already have like alpha file kind of things in there. I will go to VP9, which is WebM format. You can kind of see like the checkerboard there. The checkerboard it means like the thing is running a transparency background behind. I don't know why it like that, but yeah, now it's better. So it runs a little bit like oddly, but generally things like work out like that. So that's how they do like the alpha thingy. It's not exactly going to be like the perfect alpha thingy, especially when I kind of like have a little bit like semi-transparent stuff like going on there. I'm not really sure it will work or not. I will first I will like render this thing out first, and then later on I will see how good it is. Okay, so enable alpha channel, and I'm going to change this thing to a WebM format. Okay, so I have that thing in WebM format. I will do a little bit testing for myself. Okay, I will do a little bit of testing for myself by switching my file, that my portrait in hand, to test it myself using myself as a guinea pig. So you guys can also see the glory. I should just like add another, to be honest. Add another stinger. Portrait test. And I'm going to select the MOV file one first, okay? To kind of let you guys see. It's going to be a little bit lag. It's not going to be too lag, to like surprisingly, okay? Surprisingly. And then I have to look at like when this part would actually get like fully covered. This is like around the time it already like fully covered, so like 5. So it's like 2000 and around like 2025. Okay, 1000 ms equals to like 1000 ms like equals to 1 second. So it's 2250. Okay, and they will kind of like switch around that time. All right, let's change our scene. I have too many things open up. I should close up like most of the things. Ooh. To do testing first. Like this is like I need to test it in like somewhat a complex environment, and also like a very good environment at the same times. So I really need to like close off like the DaVinci stuff, the Clip Studio stuff. This is like normally how people like stream. Maybe like they have a game going on there. Maybe have like one browser going on there. If they have like 50 browser like going on there while like playing games, and then have like super taxing stuff like working on there, anything is going to be lag. Like not any like. Basically, there's no amount of optimization for my video can actually affect it. So it basically behaves like that. This is the MOV version of it. Obviously, I'm going to send him 2 files. If he like don't like the WebM file, like he can like switch to the MOV file if his computer can runs it. That's the thing. So what I need to go is to go convert it, and then now I switch to the WebM file. Okay. See? You can see like some of the scene is not exactly transparent for this particular one. They run smoother. The moment I click it, they do it, but when it comes to like the flashy flash thing, is just not that great. And I don't know why it kind of have that like. Does it fickle like at the end? Yeah, it does blink for a bit. I have no idea why. Why does that? Let me go back to the MOV file. Okay, is it the conversion issue? No. I think it's the file itself blink for some reasons. I don't know why. I'm going to check it out. Yeah, stuff like that kind of like tends to happen time to time. It's not something that I can like control. But at least I would like try my best. Things. I'm not sure. You see, like the scene already switched. They just kind of like blink at the end. And also, like the transition is not too loud, right? If it's too loud, I need to like readjust the, like the volume and. So far, this is like the entire scene. There is no blink in between. Happen. Because. Yes, I will do another. Do another conversion before I do that. Let's use it. So. again, there's no like black frame at the end, so it is odd that to happen. Yep, the black frame is gone. Black frame is gone. I have no idea why that happened, but now the black frame is gone. Good. Have to do this all over again. Data encoder. 第二架。第二架。Yes, I'm gonna install a new version. Like, I hate the fact that Shutter Encoder is just keep forcing you to install. And every single time you kind of install it, just like uninstall like the original you have and then reinstall the new one. And then they keep doing that. And if you don't delete like the exe like setup file, it will just like have like shit tons of them. And then you pin them like underneath like your taskbar, because it kind of like fully deletes it and then like reinstall it. You have to repin this thing, so you have to pin it like multiple times. Actually, I remember like MKV file also like do a pretty decent job at it too. Ooh, I have NKV file. Nope. There's like a lot of way you can kind of like do this. VP9 is still kind of like the best one at the moment. It's like better than nothing like situations. Go for a little bit of double layers. It's going to be a little bit on the lagging side, like it really depends. I increased like the conversion quality, so it will like convert it a little bit better. But it kind of will run 2 times, and it will lay up like another one on top of each other. So I'm not really sure like doing that like for transparency is going to be not, so it depends. Wow, it's running a long time. Oh, stuck in like that spinny spin. It's gonna take a lot more while actually like get this. This is what happens if you use maximum quality. Not really sure my computer can afford doing all this thing while I have like so many like software like open up. I guess like that is one of the reasons why I kind of load like so long. Let me close this thing down. Long time ago, I used to have a very awesome background. And now the background's gone. I'm shit. Curse you, microslob! Wow, it's taking like ages for this thing to load. Oh wait, it's done. Huh? Still working. Still working. Just the loading thing's gone. Now I blame the VTube Studio turning on itself, kind of like. I do strongly believe it's like the VTube Studio thingy. Okay. Da 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 da. No 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 no. Yeah, finally. Yeah. Now, take a look at this. This video is like 57 like megabyte, but after I turn it into webcam, it's just 1 megabyte. it's a scam. It's a fucking scam. How did that happen? I have no idea. It's basically some voodoo magic. Like, I don't even see any like I don't even see any like quality compromise at all, to be honest. Unless now I just like click some additional stuff, it might actually like introduce some additional like quality compromise thingy going on there. But those are my fault. Okay, if that happened, those are my fault. I add like a few more stuff into it, but generally it shouldn't happen. Okay, now I'm using like now it's like running a smaller file. It can do even better. Hey. Yeah, the semi-transparent, like 50% like transparency thingy. It's not working on this one. Maybe if I switch it to MOV. Hold on. MOV is a bigger file, but you know. It doesn't do like the super transparency that well, sadly. It does support transparency, it just didn't support transparency that well. Then that's the limitations of like, I guess like, limitation for a lot of things. Unless they can run image sequence, which I don't think they can do that. If they can run image sequence, I would use them to run image sequence a long time ago. Yay! Can you do a little bit of like tutorial out? So I do have to like do some recording. Sit down. All right. Let's click record. All right. There's a few things you have to like fix up. And here you should go to the scene transitions. Click the plus button. Once you click the plus button, click the stingers. And once you go to the stinger side of things, alright, go to properties, and depends you want to like preload the video via RAM. I don't really recommend it, just because like if you don't exactly have like a RAM, like you don't really like run like enough RAM in the first place, like you don't really need it. If you have like a beefy graphic card, you already can just instantly use this, you know. Have a beefy graphic card, you don't really need to mind about the preload like RAM thingy. I think RAM these days is much more like expensive than a very beefy graphic card, so it depends on you. Now I have like two different files to kind of prepare it for you. One is the MOV file, which is also have like the transparency thing there, which this thing is like running at like 57 MB. So it's going to be a little bit on the larger side of things. And then there's a small one which is in WebM format, which also support like audio, and all these quality-wise is identical. Okay, quality-wise identical. I swap to that first. Also like support sound and also have alpha. Too bad like the alpha thingy is not like super duper nice. It's still nice, to be honest. It's not super duper nice. I wish like it can do even better. Here you go. You can see like all those things here, and then all this other stuff you don't really need to touch it unless you want to touch the audio stuff. You can like change the audio, this and that, yeah, this stuff, this and that, and there's also like the map layout thing. This thing is much more like a higher like level thing, so you just have to like focus on the file changing, the decoding stuff, the transitions. You change your time. If you want to switch it to frame, also can. It really depends on you, but I would say like time is good. You can set it to like 2250. With this, like around this time, the screen will be fully covered, so you can kind of like in between that time swap to like a different scene. So yeah, with that, click and I swap. Ta-da! Ta-da! And switch it. If you have a very like decent computers, you don't mind like the MOV file, but if you don't really have that much of a decent computer, you have to go for the lower budget like issues thingy. Like sometimes you can test it, it's still doing fine, but when you start to play games, oh, now your computer is like running a lot more stuff, so things would like jam a little bit if you kind of like go for like the MOV version of it. But you can test it first. If it's good, then it's good. If it's not good, then go for the WebM file. Then that way you can like do a lot. I would want to have like a better like glass like cracking scene, but but either way, things is good. And by the way, like this is mine. See, it's not working that well. Yours is working way better than mine. Ta-da! It's a little bit different because like my hand does not like appear out nowhere. It's like inside the frame. Not like inside the frame, like outside, but like within the frame zone, so it doesn't like have that weird thing going on there. But yeah. Recording, stop. I knew it. The file's a little bit too big for him. Going to thin out the file a little bit. I did yab a little bit too much. I'm gonna let it run, and I'll be going to eat my dinner, and then I'll be back. I'll be back like working on my other stuff. I have like a lot of work to do. A few more like animations I have to run too. I got like that, you know, like Yagami laugh thingy you are seeing like on the phone thingy right now, like that one. So yeah, while like all this thing running, I'll be going to take a break. Dinner break. And doo-doo. Hello, your boy is back. Like 5-5. Okay. Sorry there, like lots of things happened. I don't know what happened. A little bit sick. A little bit sick. But I still have like quite a few things I need to run. Oh man, like a month worth of accumulation fatigue just like hit me. Now, what shall I continue to do? Oh yeah, I need to send the thingy to my client. Right now my health is like not exactly like the best. I'll be going to toilet a little bit. I'll be back soon. Hold on. Whew. I'm back. look at it internet for a bit too.
If I scatter like stardust, I'll steady forward, tracing a new map with my fading light. Till the day comes, the march past gone. What is existence but a lie? We step on where the step has been, forward and forward again. Stitching wounded all with threads of light. We're not promised the strength to arrive at tomorrow. The later is their scheme, nor the unknown. Chance is what we'll never know, if there's any answer at all. Still we choose to rise against the fall. Nothing left to lose, we have come too far to compromise. Behind us, building a lighthouse for the voyagers. That is why we are here. If I scatter like stardust, I'll steady forward, tracing a new map with my fading light. Till the day comes, the march past gone. Hope this ordinary life there's longer. All the faith in the thin air, we form the armor you can wear.
Hi there. There's not a lot of popcorn noise here. Kind of like I saw this thing. Okay. I saw this. There's a Malaysian group that is like recruiting people. Hmm. Should I try? Hmm. There we go, stream background. Oh, there's like mental care. Don't worry, I already went mental a long time ago. Ideas and planning, marketing, risk management. Really depends, really depends.
Like stardust,
Yeah.
I've been here before. Some summer air filled up my lung once more. So hard to please. Drop in this mirror storm. Tell me how to die. These fragments of time with the thread in my hand. The clothes
Hmm.
blocking my view. I have to stand my tiptoe to see it through. Collapse the endless loop. I take the embers glow. Whisper my heart to light up my new road. Stay with me, like how we used to be, until we find a world where goodbyes are no more.
Odd animations.
When you're by my side, the stars are
What is NG? I'm writing like the entry stuff thingy. Like, introduce about yourself. Why do you want to become VTubers? What kind of topic you interest? What kind of things you like?
into our arms as illusions fly. If I could collapse the endless loop, I'd take the embers glow. Whisper my hope to light up my new road. Stay with me, like how we used to be, until we find out. All the boys are no more, no matter how far you may go. They willingly lead you through the world. But when the world feels hard to roam, just know that we'll be there like watchers. It's alright, or still we'll always stay. Let tears stream down your face. Wash away your pain, you have come a long way. Look over there, beyond the borderline. A thousand rainbows shine. There we go,
What do I dislike? I don't know how to spell disingenuine. Is there like a food I don't like? I don't remember I don't like any food. It's like, I can technically eat shrimp. If I'm not actually allergic to it, I would love to try out, but I can't. What kind of things are you... Like, you guys would actually know this, right? Like, what kind of things I usually don't like? I don't like smartass. Yes. But it's not actually like smart ass. It's more like people who try to like, you know, troll. No. It's like the realm of the gosh dang internet. I can't really like escape from troll. I don't really dislike a lot of things at all. Like, to be honest, I've been dealing with my like issues for quite a long time, but I never really like go and focus the things I don't like. It's not like yapping people. It's more like they yap other things when I do other things, you know? It's like, I can like let them like talk, long as it's kind of like within the topic, but they kind of like stray a little bit too far, and then I would just start to like get ignored. No, I shouldn't like I shouldn't sell you guys out. Again, like, I always like appreciate people chatting with me. It's like, it's lonely, you know. And also like the other thing is basically just, I won't really say like, yeah, the people that assume things. Yeah, people that assume things, and also like people that even like the assume like still like within the range, like being rudely assume things, or like just, you know, just like friendly assume things is a very different thing. Like, social is always like a very difficult thing. It's a come and go give and take situations. Sometimes only people just want to take, they don't want to give. And sometimes people, they are just very bad at conversations. They can't keep up a topic, or like they would just immediately start some things that is like not the thing that people would normally immediately open as a topic, you know? You can make it short like that. Like imagine this thing. Okay, you can chat about some stuff, but suddenly you become like, my uncle just died. My family hate him. All the things that he does. Bad, all the gambling, the loan shark coming at my house. Like, who start that conversations? Who used that as a conversation starter? You know? Not a lot of people can really like know how to start a proper conversations. And when they kind of like fumble the starting conversations, you'll be like, okay, not now. I'm drawing a comic or like doing some drawing that is like cheery and funny. And then there's like a very depressed chatter inside the chat. Or when I do play a games that is like alchemy, okay, and then suddenly some guys like decided to go into my chat and then, oh, do you know like what kind of books do you like? Oh, yeah, you like in the very general form, and they say like what kind of books? I don't know, like any specific books that you want me to like take a look at, take a jab at. How about the Bible? And then they will start like preach, like do like those kind of like very weird ass like preachy stuff, and then I'll be like, I'm not actually a very religious person, so let's move along from that. And then they will be like, oh, Dan, what kind of movie do you like to watch? I like to watch Jesus Christ. You know, they keep like trying to like think they're smart ass. They will find something like, oh, I'll be like, I don't like those kind of topic. Like I'm being polite there, you know, and then I can like switch to talk about like some games, other stuff, and then like they can like have like some fun conversation in between, and then they will slowly try to drag you back to talk about the topic they want, like Jesus Christ again. Like Jesus Christ again. Happened a few times. Way more than a thing, actually. If it's not Jesus Christ, then it's Prophet Muhammad. It's either A or B. I'm not even kidding. I actually encountered both. Oops. Oops. Wrong thing. Our
Reach for stars that shine on me. Wish I could see what they see. Get rid of gravity. Dare to dream. I am scared to risk it all. Allow me to rise to the stars and high above. Might mean losing what I want to find a path to the sky. I'm hearing the echoes trying to guide me. They're leading me ashore to find a wall. It feels different now when looking at the skyline. Start from tiny steps I take. The courage that you taught me to touch the galaxy. Running fast to see. No more shadows chain my steps. I can bring them to the stars. From the universe, we shall never be apart. Today we rise to the stars on high above. Follow the dreams that we have to join our paths to be where we walk through the darkness like a light.
human name.
I wish that I were a star glowing brightly in space, so I could light the dark and guide all the steps you take. Like a snowflake just fall into the violence and praise, ardent memories of hope and
You know, like, my entire fucking life is like so fucking fascinating in some sense. It's like I grew up as a kid watching Discovery Channel and Animal Planet, and then I pursued of like drawing and animations, and then I start writing like a lot of novel stuff when I was like teenagers, and then because I wrote sci-fi novels really good, and then my teachers is like suggest me like when I finished like graduating, I should go to study like engineering in university. I got duped and then went to engineering, and then yeah, I finished my engineering studies and then went to like 3D animations again because I got burned out from like studying engineering. So I kind of know a lot of stuff at this point. I know you guys already know it, but man, just look back, I kind of live like a very fascinating life. It's like a fluctuations between like art and science, you know, like logical persons and also creative persons. Mm.
Nothing can stop me walking down this path, bringing on the endless scenes back. Won't accept the fate that is set. There is no turning back this time. Will it be true? Will it be true? Be a closure for this myth. For one day we shall cheer and dance, making joy forever last. Nightingale sing in the familiar tune, praising moon and day until night. Suddenly stops, even withhold its breath. Star on the heart of the moon. How strange, how bizarre. Echoes of chaos, some different this time. Will bring narrating, fool me, make us one with me. Every part of life, every part of ties, and among them all, some might find. Like the drum needle out of its compass. Soon my hopes were not remain. Moonlight, too long have I followed your sacred guide. You drowned in times, drowned my yesterdays. Tonight I learn I'm the anchor of fate.
Next. Management support. Those thing is the most best thing in the world. And funding, obviously. VTuber expertise, I won't really say that I need it. But also I need it. I kind of like know how to be a VTuber, but I don't have time to be a VTuber. I won't say I'm being too confident. Thing. Yeah, I would say 7. Long as it's reasonable, then yeah.
Since the last time that I saw your smile, what a perfect fit. The last piece have fallen into place. I've been craving to touch you like moonlight stroking your face, my dear Everett. Come hold me near, come dance with me in a rosy haze of yesterday. Reverie, don't drift away, please. Keep me here in your warm embrace. I'll trade anything for you for one more day. I'll perfume your dreams with scent of flowers and summer breeze. Does it matter if it's true? It feels a lot more real when we whistle through the field. When I sing this song for you, my dear Everett, come hold me near,
Doot, doo-doo-doo.
come dance with me
Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
in a rosy haze.
Doot, doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
Don't let me go in. Saturday means I have to hit the road, and I don't wanna know anywhere going low.
Oh yeah, like this video I still watch halfway.
And that will produce results.
Anyways, I sent an email to the email he told me about, not the one on their website. That's a bad email.
Hi there, Krabby!
That starts to race in a
Oh yeah, I'm stuck in this scene. Like, hold on a little bit. And also, yeah, I can show you this thing. I just managed to finish my like animation thingy. Did lots of things. Took a little break between mingling, sending email, this and that, yada yada stuff. Quite lots of things. Quite lots of things. Oh yeah, I do have to do something else. Oh, animation is difficult. Like, depends on you. If you really want to practice animation, do you know how to draw a human first? If you don't know how to draw a human, try Stickmans or like do lots of like animation practice. It's a very important thing. If you can't do that, it's going to be a little bit much more difficult than you think.
page of rhythm and rhyme. Can we set our sail again?
Hold on.
To the
Yeah, and then you have to do some other things. Like when it comes to animations, it's not truly, okay? Not truly that you need to be very good at drawing. You have to have a sense of flow. The most important things is a sense of flow when you're drawing. And when you draw it, you need to have like a very like distinguished like I won't say art style, it's more like a thing that is like for like drawing. So you should go for like line practice first. When I say line practice, I mean like you let me and also like show you guys this. Okay. So yeah, this is the animation I just finished, but mine one is much more special. Much more clean, personally, I would say. Oh, wrong scene. Alright, as for like animation thing, okay, you do need like a very basic practice, which we call like the dotted practice. Also, you need to learn about like animation pipeline before you actually like have to like start to like do lots of animations. I think I post like quite a few like animation pipeline stuff before. You should watch like how like anime like Japan like animations kind of like take first to know a little bit of the pipeline stuff. And also when it comes to like animation practice, okay, try to go for like a much more simple practice that is called dotted practice, okay? Or you can say like look at this, you have one dot, go to a different scene, have like you can have like the onion skin on, and then you be like, I want to go from here. Like, I need to like calibrate my pen. Hold on a little bit. I feel like my pen tablet thingy is not exactly on the. Need to recalibrate my pen positions. Accurate. Okay. This. Okay. I post. Like try to have like the most like normal thing in the world. Like see like the flow. You need to know how to do the flow properly. Okay? This kind of give yourself a practice of understanding repetitions. Anime, in order to make them look nice, need to have a certain level of repetitions, and you have to let them. Also, you have to understand the word of consistency. So I finish a somewhat 1-second animations by animating on 2. You have to also understand like what is animating on 1, animating on 2, yada stuff. So basically at the end, like your animations is going to be in a 24 frame per second. I kind of like forgot to change frame rate. Let me frame rate 25 frame rate. 4. Okay, 24 frame rate. Then I will be set this at 10 frame and like see this thing and working. You can see like from small dot to here, you feel like it's getting bigger, right? They're coming at you. From a small dot to big dot, you can see like the trail they go. You sense the flow they are going, like all those kind of things. You can do various different kind of practice to kind of like do this kind of like animations. Like 1-second animations, generally you can do like lots of things. Let me go to like different. Okay, delete all the. Okay, I delete like all the thing now. You kind of like have to think about this. Like, there's also another one is called the string method. Okay, you can draw a string. Okay, again, like you can do the dot and separately. Okay, stabilization is like too strong to be. Go back to 0. When you do practice, it's best to like have 0 stabilization. It'll be helping you a little bit, like. Okay. Also, sometimes if you can't, you can try to at least go for 15. 15 is kind of like already like the golden ratio, because like not all the computers like can capture a hand movement that well. So at the end, like you will have jitter a lot. So depends on how hard, like. Okay. So. This have a line here, okay, yeah, and like depends on how long you want. You can go for a little, okay. Then you'll be like, depends on how much. Of like the line, like how much of the weight you kind of like give this. Okay. So I let it like go a little bit faster than usual. Going to line, you know, at the end they kind of like at rest, so my line is heavy when at the end of it they won't go as much far back. Okay, so you can see like this thing didn't do that well. How to do it properly, how to do adjustment. You need to do a lot of practice yourself, and then to be able to like guess like how to make things like look smooth. So you can see like at the front is okay, but at the back it kind of like too, you know, somehow like too much frame in between. What to do with that is to reduce more frame in between. So you're just going to think like, okay, like what did I do wrong? What did I do this? What did I do that? Like, and this is a very good practice for you to do a lot of animations. Obviously, I only like doing this like in a very like, poor way to kind of like show you how you can learn. And there's also like the ball like bounce up and down. I actually like do it properly. I can. It's like a spring. Okay. And then it would concentrate. Up. And once it reached the apex, it stopped, so like the weight would slowly catch up. Now it would become it depends. I'm doing it as fast as possible. And you can see like the weight like going back down. It's not going to look like too good. Like depends on how much onion skin you have. You can see like much more phantoms. It would help you do even more better job. So it would become something like this if I okay. Not the best circles. But still you get my ideas. Like doing a lot of like, animation practice is kind of like it practice your eye, it practice your like your understanding of like each frame, like what kind of frames you need to like practice, like point A, point B. Like you will like if you do all this practice like a lot more, you will understand what is keyframe, okay? This is keyframe. This part like when it fly up is keyframe. When it reach its apex, like this is another keyframe, and then you just draw it in between. Like after you fix up like most of the keyframe, and then you would have a much more like smoother experience. Obviously, I just like immediately built thing on the go. It's not going to be like precise. If you really want like precise, like more stuff you do, more stuff you will understand. It's really difficult to kind of like give you too much of like an answers because like animation is something that you really need to do a lot to studies. You don't need the perfect artwork, you need a perfect movement because animation is a visual thing, okay? Learn to move a ball from point A to point B, you will eventually have the ability to move the hand from point A to point B. And more you do, the more you'll be able to learn how to do like consistent stuff. It's one of the most key item about like animation. Notice. I need to go to the toilet a little bit. I drank a lot of water like when I come back like the from dinners. I just keep coughing non-stop. Hold on a little bit. Back soon. And I'm back. There's a lot of talk when it talks about like animations.
Don't ever email that one or the CEO is going to be pissed.
So.
Did I tell you look up something on the website and send it there?
Well,
Did I say that, Mr.
well, that's what.
Yes or no? Did I say that?
No.
I just said send me an email to franchise@freaktv.com and we will work with that.
But you're getting mad at me because I emailed the email on the website.
You keep saying that you like. So that, I understand that, but I'm telling you right now, and you're trying to argue on something that I didn't give you any information about. I'm telling you to that one.
Yeah, you're like getting upset at us that we emailed the email that was on your website.
No, I'm telling you the way to do this. You've been probably trying to communicate with a ghost.
Well, that's your guys' fault for putting that email on the website.
Sure. Okay.
Ben, so why are you getting mad at us because we emailed the website for your instructions?
I'm not getting mad at you.
Well, we're not harassing, we're just asking for our Legos back. If someone stole money from you and you went and politely asked for the money back, is that you harassing them?
It seemed like Ammon kept either trying to stall or switch the subjects. It almost seems like he doesn't want to actually give us this inventory. But he keeps saying he's willing to give it to us.
And then later on, he'd be like, I have no inventory list. I keep asking to never give me. And then be like, you have the inventory list though. The who again? The CoffeeZilla, yes. And then they found out they always have the inventory list, but they keep claiming they don't have the inventory list. Oh man, they are just fucking dumb.
That inventory list to us?
I do believe so. Yes. I think we have sent that to Brian.
He said that's all he wants is the inventory list, and he'll stop like bugging you guys.
Well, then, Mr. Mansell, and if you want to be included on the emails with Mr. Mansell, that's totally fine. You guys can email us. We can.
So you guys will give him the inventory list? Because he said he's been asking for it for over a year now.
Show the inventory list that was obtained when the store was originally taken over from Mr. Bob, and we can work through that process to try and identify what was or wasn't there, and also try and identify how to proceed from there.
Yeah, I think Brian gets upset because he says they always say it, they'll send me the list, kind of like how you're saying, oh, we can send it easily. But then when it comes down to it, they never actually send it. So maybe if you actually go ahead and send it, it would make him feel better.
Anyways, I sent an email to the email he told me about, not the one on their website. That's a bad email. Don't ever email that one or the CEO is going to be pissed. But according to Ammon, now that I should be receiving the inventory list very soon. So, I waited all day. And I got no answer. So, the next day, I sent him another email. I patiently waited again for about a week. And finally,
This is the response. Mr. Schneider, BAM Franchising Incorporation will not participate in any form of communication that appears designed for public provocation, harassment, or manipulation of facts for the purpose of media content. Attempts to
Man, that
obtain
escalate.
privileged or confidential information through misrepresentation or the creation of fraudulent documents.
Just for me asking for this inventory list to prove their innocence, because I want to give them the benefit of the doubt. I want to be like, hey, if you're innocent, I want to prove that you're innocent with this inventory list. But now, by me trying to do that, that's criminal behavior on my part.
Considered harassment. And we reserve all rights to refer such behavior to appropriate legal authorities.
It's Snake.
The cops.
So don't ask for our inventory list, or else we're gonna call the cops.
yes, Bricks and Minifigs has officially banned me from ever asking for this inventory list again. And I'm not the only one who's banned from asking for this list.
He promised us a full inventory right away. We've never received it.
Yeah, and every time it's been just absolutely nothing. So we've never gotten anything. We've never gotten an inventory list.
Yeah, the previous owner who got her entire store stolen from her by corporate, I mean, she's legally required to get sent an inventory list, and even she, 2 years later, has not gotten it yet.
It would have resolved everything because they would have had to
solved a lot of problems a year and a half ago to go, here's the inventory.
And even Brian still hasn't received this inventory list yet.
I've never received an inventory list. I've never received a record of sales because they can't provide it. They opened the store up almost right away and started selling it.
And the worst part about all of this is it seems like the CEO is pretty much just trying to rub all of this in everyone's face. When I turned on the news, I saw this.
And as far as offering Brian the inventory, have you gone through the store, figured out what was part of his collection, taken inventory, and shown him that inventory?
Trying to share those with Mr. Mansell in hopes that he can see, you know, like that we were not attempting in any way, shape, or form to hold anything from those that were offered, and the initial offer was rejected.
So now on public television, Ammon, the CEO, is telling the world that he tried to give us this inventory, but we're the ones that didn't want it.
We do want to help him recover as much of the collection. Our number one priority right now is to ensure that he gets
Caught lying in 4K again.
We have a responsibility to work with
Now on national TV.
So you've offered Brian the inventory of sets that was in the store.
Yeah, whatever was left over, we've offered that on multiple occasions. So we've tried to make multiple offers, and hopefully we'll be able to get them to the table so we can discuss it.
And this is pretty much Ammon's game plan now. Go on as many news stations as you can and lie.
The entire time we were saying, hey, we want to help, we want to help.
The main narrative now seems to be Bricks and Minifigs has always been trying to give Brian his Legos back, but Brian just never wanted them back.
Would you be willing to just take this? And the answer was attempted to be given to the family, and it was refused. They made the offer and said, here, you can have all this, and that offer was not accepted at the time.
Well, that's Ammon's side of the story, but I say let's take a look at what actually happened.
Read from the bottom up. That is our correspondence with Bricks and Minifigs, trying to work with them and getting the sets back.
So right when this happened, Brian hired an attorney to reach out to Bricks and Minifigs. They sent an email saying, how should we proceed to retake the possession of the sets/minifigures? And they actually emailed back saying they were willing to help. And then after this, they just never respond. So Brian's attorney sent them another email, just following up on this, when can we pick up the sets? And they still didn't respond. So the attorneys emailed back saying, it's now been 16 days, how can we get these Legos back? And finally, they received a response.
It says Brandon Best and Joshua Johnson have no legal obligation to return any of the Lego product that exists in their store to you. What? So yeah, basically they're saying that they're the ones that are not able to work with you, is what it seems like.
They finished this email saying, we consider this matter closed and will not be returning any Lego products to you. So as you can see, that's the reality of what actually happened. But then Ammon goes on Fox News and says this.
So they actually did have an attorney send information to us. We said, great, appreciate this, let's see what we can do to work this out. And then we never heard back.
So why is Ammon going on Fox News then and saying, we wanted to give Brian his stuff back, he's the one that didn't want his stuff back, he didn't want any of these things.
That's my point. I don't know. He's lying.
I truly do believe in integrity. Truly, I believe in the sentiment of integrity, and I believe everyone should have integrity.
But anyways, another thing the CEO seems to be pretty upset about is that when Brian kept demanding his stuff back and couldn't get it back, eventually he had enough. And he was like, I'm gonna make a Facebook post about this. And in his Facebook post, he called Bricks and Minifigs thieves and liars. And this Facebook post, really pissed off Ammon. I mean, Bricks and Minifigs is literally suing Brian now for millions of dollars, all because of this. I mean, back when I was talking to him at corporate headquarters, he made it very clear that what they did is technically not actually considered theft.
There is no theft. Do you understand the legal definition of theft? Legally have to be the definition of knowing that the property was stolen or otherwise not.
Yeah. And on my phone.
Not known until Mr. Mansell came in days later and said, I have some of these things that need to be.
That's another lie again because.
It's not another lie.
So I showed Ammon the security camera footage where corporate acknowledges that they are now going to be responsible for these Lego Star Wars sets.
These are ones that he has not been paid his percentage yet. And if I don't have the tickets, I won't know how much I need to pay.
And after after showing him this footage to try to bring the conversation back to reality, this was his response.
Because we caught you guys?
Because you are illegal, but what you are doing right now is illegal.
So catching you guys is illegal activity. That's illegal on me. See, I agree too. I agree. Nope, it's not illegal on us. Thank you for. I don't think it's illegal. I think us catching you guys for doing the illegal thing doesn't make that what we're doing is illegal. That means what you guys are doing is illegal.
Okay, you've been asked to leave. Please leave.
We have to leave? Okay. Well, thank you for working with us and.
After just going around in circles for probably 30 to 40 minutes and just, having like kind of less than genuine questions or less than genuine responses being given to me, I was exasperated by the end of it. And that's, when people get tired and exasperated, that's like, we finally got the footage that we can use to make him look like a completely unreasonable monster, but that's what they do is people whose goal is to do those types of things, they just harass and go after people as long and hard as they can until somebody breaks and says something that, then they can, use that one clip to be like, oh, look at this horrible monster of a person. So that's what I feel like has kind of really happened here.
So Ammon's claiming that I just harassed him for 30 minutes and finally he got fed up with us, which that was the one clip at the end that I used in my documentary. So I say let's go to the very beginning of the footage, my first interaction with them, and see what actually happened.
So you guys are holding some of our Legos? You're not?
Yeah, really from the very first sentence we ever exchanged with each other, Ammon's goal was just to lie to us. But anyways, I'm now starting to think that the only reason Ammon wanted us to email him about the inventory list wasn't actually give us the inventory list, but actually, it was Ammon only wanted me to email him so he can find out my email and subpoena Google and find out all of my private information. You think I'm lying, but they actually did this. They subpoenaed Google asking for all private information tied to this email address, and Google sent them hundreds of hours of all the raw footage from everything I've filmed to the LEGO video so far, all my emails, all my search history, all the metadata that shows everywhere I've been. But anyways, this was the reaction of the police officer after she watched my entire first episode.
I'm really curious to see if this fool even makes any money doing this YouTube stuff. I'm like, if it's enough for him to travel to another state to go get some footage. It doesn't even sound like his secret information doesn't even seem credible from my understanding.
No, so it sounds like you were able to watch the video.
I think by secret information, the police officer is referring to the security camera footage that proves that everything Bricks and Minifigs is saying is a lie. My first question is, how could this not be credible? It's literally just video evidence of what happened that night. But at least now I can see why the police aren't listening to me. They're basically just saying that all of the evidence I submit to them is not credible and therefore case closed. Ben's wrong and we're right, because we said that the evidence is uncredible. At this point, Bricks and Minifigs is working with the police to just come up with whatever story they can to make any evidence I give them seem as uncredible as possible.
In all of his actions to just generate clicks and likes to get, social media clout without putting in work and just doing the crummy stuff.
Interesting.
He seems like a fun gentleman.
No. Well, and
his MO really seems to follow somebody who's like a paper tiger, right? Who behind, or like a keyboard warrior. They'll make threats.
And this is the craziest part of the video to me. Ammon's claiming that I'm a keyboard warrior. And a keyboard warrior is basically just someone who talks a lot of smack online, but then when it actually comes down to it, they won't do anything in person. Which, if we look back at the footage, I accomplished almost everything I set out to do. I didn't get scared of anything. If someone in this story is a keyboard warrior, I don't think it's me. I think it's Bricks and Minifigs. Let's double check by looking at the footage. Ammon claims with his words that he can give us the inventory list.
We can show the inventory list.
But when it actually comes down to it, he's terrified to give it to anyone. Bricks and Minifigs this entire time has also just been begging me to sue them.
If you think it's illegal, why don't you sue me? Let's go to court. Sue me for us. Sue me. Let's go to court. Let's go to court then.
So when I finally go out and actually sue them, they close down their store. And now Bricks and Minifigs is going to absolute extreme lengths to hide from this lawsuit.
Are you okay if she just gives you the papers so we can just...
No, I'm not accepting service from her. Absolutely not.
I mean, Bricks and Minifigs is showing all of the signs of a keyboard warrior, but for some reason they think that I'm the keyboard warrior. At this point, it almost seems like everything Bricks and Minifigs is doing, for some reason they think that I'm the one that's the one doing it.
I'll keep my fingers crossed for you guys. Hopefully no more issues. There's so many other things that this guy could like be talking about, right?
No, 100%. But sometimes, you know, like it's a sunk cost fallacy. They just think, oh, I put so much time and effort into this. I gotta make sure something happens. All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yes, Ammon just completely proves my point. Obviously, I'm not suffering from the sunk cost fallacy at all. Ammon's the one suffering from the sunk cost fallacy. I mean, they literally already admitted to me that they've held onto the Legos for so long, it's not worth it for them to give it back to us anymore.
I'm not going to distribute those things at this point. We've kept them on hold for this long, so.
Let's see what else Bricks and Minifigs is accusing me of. Well, they're suing me for defamation. But this entire time, Bricks and Minifigs is actually the ones defaming me.
They themselves saying, hey, you guys stole this product from this person. If you don't give it back, I'm going to burn the place down.
Let's go to the next thing Bricks and Minifigs is accusing me of. Extortion, when they're the ones actually extorting me by saying if I don't let them steal the Legos from us, they're going to make up a reason to throw me in jail.
You stole them, bitch.
I stole the Legos?
Yeah, you're a fucking thief.
Dang. Okay.
You can shut the fuck up. That's your fucking choice.
Bricks and Minifigs is also getting me for RICO charges.
They're charging Reckless Ben for RICO. I think it is more likely that the police are guilty of RICO, right?
And if you look at the CEO's previous businesses, he actually got sued for RICO. He's the one guilty of RICO, not me. They're also accusing me of sending a sniper to shoot out the windows of the McNeff house.
You guys want to come through, you can see the window and see where they were shooting from. It could be a sniper right on the hill.
When the police got there, they realized it was actually a construction worker who accidentally shattered the window.
It seems more likely that it happened from construction work than it happened from some random people across the way.
But even after all this, they still go online and say it was me.
He's trying to get Ben Schneider for like attempted murder. He's basically trying to set Ben Schneider up for attempted murder when meanwhile it was a nail from his own construction worker.
So what's the moral of the story here? It looks like everything bad Bricks and Minifigs is doing, they think that I'm the one that's doing the bad thing. It makes no sense.
So, just to let you know, we call it double blind. The person who committed the crime may or may not be in the lineup or depicted. So I will give this to you. You'll have as much time as you need to choose someone or to not choose anyone. Whenever you're able to feel that you have ID'd somebody, I just ask that you circle it and then initial next to it.
And then, like that?
Perfect.
Okay. There you go. Okay. Cool.
Really, this was like the final step that I needed. This is legit. We've been able to verify who he is now.
Yep.
So the police put on this big performance to make it look like they're going to all this work to verify the facts, when in reality, they already know who I am. They already subpoenaed Google. They already watched my entire first Lego video. They already went through all my search history. To me, this just feels like a staged performance so they can show the world, hey, look, we verified everything, when if they would have just put an equal amount of effort into watching the raw footage I submitted to them, they would have found out that Ammon's just completely lying to them, but for some reason they didn't. A few weeks later, when I ended up going to court, this was the staged response.
My name is Nick Mielstein. I'm the prosecutor. Is Benjamin Schneider here?
Yes.
If you want to take care of that today, we could do what we call a plea in abeyance.
Were you able to see the footage I submitted to the police of our interaction?
I have not watched it, no.
Okay, because in that footage, you can clearly see that the second he tells us to leave, we say, okay, we'll leave. And then he calls the police and said that we threatened to burn down the building and shoot everyone inside. And he was just making up all these lies, which you can clearly see in the footage that we submitted. We were being respectful the whole time. We left the second he told us to.
Sorry, let me look.
And so it makes sense why the police would take me to court because, I mean, he's threatening that we're going to burn down the building and shoot everyone, but we did nothing. Like, he's just saying that because he's trying to. I'm a documentary maker, so I'm making a documentary on the thing. So his logic is if he throws me in jail, then if he makes up a reason for me to go to jail, then I won't be able to expose them for their crimes. So that's the what's going on. It's clear as day in the footage. If you watch it, it seems like they're just making up a bunch of false information in order to silence criticism.
So did you submit that to the police officer?
Yes.
Is the footage going such that it's still going like when you step out the door?
It starts from when we're in the elevator before we talk to him to when we were back in the elevator going back down.
Obviously, a video doesn't necessarily show everything that possibly happened.
So according to the state of Utah, the raw video that shows everything that possibly could have happened is not credible and could not have shown everything that possibly could have happened. And they didn't even...
Basically, like, from the moment he come out and then the moment he come back in, he immediately called the police. That's the thing. It's like, how fucking dumb are they? It's the beginning to end.
Watch it. They're literally just taking Ammon's word for everything and completely ignoring all the evidence. So where does this leave me now? Not only am I being charged with a bunch of mystery crimes in American Fork, Utah, but I'm also being charged with a second-degree felony up to 15 years in jail in Provo, Utah. And now that they have written proof that I'm committing all of these insane crimes against them, I mean, obviously Bricks and Minifigs just made up everything, but that's not how the court sees it. The court thinks that these are real. And for whatever reason, the court wouldn't let me share my side. They only heard Bricks and Minifigs' side.
Ben's side was not in the room, was not heard. The court signed an order erasing his published work on the strength of the company's verified complaint and the company's motion, with no one there to say a word against it.
Yeah, the judge granted a temporary restraining order, preventing me from even talking about Bricks and Minifigs, which sucks because this was the night I hit 1 million subscribers, and all my friends threw a giant surprise party for me. Yeah. Bricks and Minifigs gets to just keep spreading their lies about me, and I just have to sit in silence, and there's nothing I can do to stop them. It's crazy to think about how much public support I was getting.
$200,000 Lego dispute that's turning into one of the craziest legal cases and an internet crusade that is just exploding.
A $200,000 Lego collection. This $200,000 Lego scandal is literally one of the craziest things I've ever seen.
I think this might be the best video that I've seen. This is one of the crazier stories I think I've ever covered.
Run by Mormons.
Legos.
Reckless Ben.
Reckless Ben.
It really seemed like the entire internet was uniting to stand up to this bully of a company.
Bricks and Minifigs can stuff it.
Brick by brick.
Brick by brick. Brick by brick.
Announcement. Well, it wouldn't be here. I just have to be in disguise so no one recognizes me.
No.
Okay. Alright, I'm here with, what was your name?
I'm Jerome. Just here to support the cause. Just an American Fork local. Just here to support.
Here with Jerome.
I spent the rest of the day protesting for the cause, and not a single person here recognized who I actually am. And maybe the protesting worked, because after a full month of remaining silent, I finally have an announcement.
Well, it looks like I don't need this disguise anymore, because I have my freedom of speech back, baby. I can say whatever I want. I can say Bricks and Minifigs sucks. I can say Bricks and Minifigs still old people. And look, I just said it. I'm not in jail, which is sick. We got our First Amendment rights back. Yeah.
And now that I have my freedom of speech back, everyone is wondering how Bricks and Minifigs can make up for the fact that they made up all these lies about me to take away my freedom of speech. Most legal experts are saying I could easily win millions of dollars from Bricks and Minifigs, but instead, I have a better solution.
If they want to apologize, they can say that they're sorry by doing the chicken dance. And I will take that as a sincere form of apology. And once they do the chicken dance, then I will know that Bricks and Minifigs is sorry, and we can finally move on to the next video series, and it'll be awesome. So you guys might be thinking, why do you want them to do the chicken dance? And there's actually a reason. So
This entire time, Bricks and Minifigs always says the right thing, but then their actions don't match their words at all. So I was thinking, well, if they give an apology, they might say the right things, you know, but they're not actually gonna mean it. So by doing the chicken dance, I'm gonna basically just be giving them another opportunity to do the right thing, not just with their words, but with their actions. And once they decide to do the right thing, then I'll move on to the next video series and never talk about Bricks and Minifigs again. And also make sure to check us out at www.westealfromoldpeople.com, because right now we have 2 new Lego sets for sale that you can buy right now. One of Joshua Johnson and one of Ammon McNeff. And we're only making 500 of each, and once all 500 of each sell out, we're never making any more. And you gotta buy them now, because someday they're gonna sell for like $1 million or something. They're gonna be collectibles. It's gonna be sick. Also subscribe to Patreon. You'll get tons of behind the scenes, tons of extra footage, full interviews. Also, part 4 is coming soon. If you subscribe to Patreon, you'll be the first to watch it. And also subscribe to part 5, subscribe to part 6, part 7, all the way to part 100. We're doing 100 parts. My lawyer said if Bricks and Minifigs sues me, which they've still not dropped their lawsuit, then it'll be at least 2 years and 52 weeks a year. That's 104 parts at least. So come back all the way till 100.
Trust me, editing audio is never my forte. Hold on a little bit, I got a few stuff I need to like. Do 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 do. And close this one. Ah.
businesses and basically tries to uncover. Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming and sitting down because today we're going to talk about something you've probably already heard about, and that's the ongoing chaos between YouTuber Reckless Ben and Bricks and Minifigs, also known as BAM! Quick disclaimer. Everything we're talking about today is all things that we've seen that are public information from Reckless Ben's YouTube page, social media accounts, and from what Bricks and Minifigs has said online. This is just a recap, so that's the disclaimer. Is that good? What started as simply trying to recover money seemingly stolen from an old, sick man has turned into a full-blown fucking nightmare, dude. Currently, a big corporation is alleged to be abusing the legal system and working with corrupt police to silence Reckless Ben and others for uncovering the heinous acts of one particular Bricks and Minifigs franchise. Which, if you don't know Reckless Ben, we've seen some of his stuff before. He also did a video on the McCamey Manor as well, which I thought was sweet. He infiltrated it. But it seems like he goes into corrupt businesses and basically tries to uncover the truth or just expose them and like right the wrongs of stuff as well. Trying to use legal practices that a lot of these businesses use against the people that they harm.
I like to think of myself as kind of like the king of loopholes, you know? And so I kind of always want to go against like someone who's like the opposite. So I do like legal loopholes for good, but I want to go against someone that does like legal loopholes for bad. So this seems like the perfect battle, you know? Like we're both just using like legal loopholes against each other to like get each other in trouble and stuff. And I just knew it was gonna be like a crazy story.
We think more eyes should be on the story, so we're not only going to talk about it, but we're also going to speak to Ben later in this video and get some more insight on the situation. Not everyone knew what Bricks and Minifigs even was until the story broke out. Essentially, they're an absolutely massive company that specializes in buying, trading, and selling Lego products, which I think we might have touched on it briefly. We did a Lego collector video, and it's like just a retail space where people can go, and it's like an in-person retail store. It's a franchisee thing, so each person buys the store, they open it, blah, blah, blah. You can sell your Legos there. From that video alone, you can tell just how massive the Lego collector market is and how much money goes through that market is absurd right now. It's got to be the highest it's ever been.
Oh, yeah.
100%.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. In 2023, the business's massive success led to them opening around 150 individual stores, and by 2025, that number doubled. Even back during 2023, the business reported each individual store averaging nearly $580,000 in annual earnings, with more popular stores even breaking $1 million a year in sales. And lots of people have their own horror stories about Bricks and Minifigs, with some claiming that they're essentially the GameStop of Lego. Online, there are entire threads of people complaining about selling their childhood collections, easily worth hundreds of dollars to Bricks and Minifigures, only to be offered about $50 at most at times. I think people don't realize how easy it is to just be like, put your shit on Facebook Marketplace. People will, you'd be surprised by how quick people will jump on things. If you can, because I know some people are, you're just in a pinch. I have to have the money now, but I don't know.
Like your wife's kicking you out. It's you or the Legos.
Yeah, me or the Legos. All right, bye.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Tell you what, my Lego Ninjago set doesn't fucking hang with him. YouTubers like MGS Brick, for example, have documented bringing in rare Lego figures only to watch multiple stores downplay their worth, repeatedly telling them that a chrome gold C-3PO figure worth around $1,000 was obviously fake. We can touch more on what happens there later, but for now, let's look at where Ben comes into the story. The story begins with a man named Brian Mansell reaching out to Ben, given his content for his over-the-top documentary investigative styles, you know, to help him get into this company and help resolve the situation. How did you initially find out about these missing Legos? Was it just through the Facebook post, or was there like other people that were hitting you up about it? How did you find out about that?
No, this wasn't a big story at all. So I guess the YouTubers covered it, Collectors Weekly, and it only got like 1,000 views on it. And so at the end of my Lose for Valentine video, I was like, okay, if you have a problem and the police can't solve it, email me at this email. I made a whole email for it. We got a bunch of emails. And so we're just going through all these emails for like 26 hours. And we see this Lego video, and I'm not really into Legos at all. I don't really collect things or anything, but the thing that stood out to me was he just said we had the world's biggest Lego Star Wars collection. We gave it to a company and they're selling it without paying us. And I was like, well, that's just black and white. Like they just stole your Lego, you know? And he's like, they're claiming that they didn't steal it. They have like some loopholes that they're trying to use, you know?
Specifically, he asked for help retrieving $200,000 worth of rare Lego Star Wars sets he co-signed to Bricks and Minifigs franchise to alleviate the burden of selling them all himself. Important note! The $200,000 value was an estimate made after a brief initial look and not before a detailed evaluation was made.
My original assessment of about $200,000, it was before I'd actually gone through and had done an actual like evaluation. I looked at it and went based on 3 different rooms with all the sets.
It's more accurately listed around $107,000, but still 6 figures fucking worth of Legos, guys. Crazy. Brian's contract with the store stated that the sets still belonged to him, but revenue made from any sets that sold in store would be split between them. However, when that specific store was purchased by new owners, it's alleged that that they completely failed to honor the contract and even started refusing to let Brian inspect the inventory. Unfortunately for them, there is security footage showing Brandon, one of the Salem store's new owners, making it abundantly clear that the consignment would be taken over by the new owners. It's fucking pathetic. The back and forth they're doing. Well, actually, we said this.
Maybe $11,000 to $15,000 total Star Wars, and that's all Star Wars inventory in the whole store.
No, actually, we said this.
All the photo evidence points to there being $20,000 worth of Lego in this of Star Wars Lego in the store that night.
Well, actually, we said this.
When Brian first came in, we identified anything that was on that list that would have been his, and we set it aside. And it's still sitting there.
No, actually, we said this.
Dude, the shelves were empty.
Which also, even if this was all legit, could you not look more unprofessional? To not have your ducks in a row? Or just to stand by your policy and be like, this is what we said, this is what it was? Which, don't get me wrong, with these videos and stuff, people are calling, harassing, all kinds of horrible shit. I mean, I can sympathize with that. But at the same time, if you righted the wrong, I don't think any of this would have escalated to where it's at.
But they're being greedy because they're like,
oh, it's unbelievable.
They're trying to get through a legal loophole. Like, well, we changed ownership, so.
Well, man, it's 100% from what we can see so far.
Yeah, here's the thing, like, one of the things that is, like, very, very important part, like, even, okay, let's make believe this thing. Even Crystal is being a bitch and stole the Lego and ran away with the Lego. Like they claim. Now this is like while they are while Crystal are still a Bricks and Minifigs employee, means is the entire franchise itself, like the issues of the franchise itself. The franchise should fix the fucking issues, not pushing away the fucking issues. And the mere mention of, hey, you should take like some at least acknowledgement and like stuff to like maybe find a way or like assist or something. No, legally, fuck you. They immediately will just say, no, legally, it's ours now. Even there is some scrap left. And fuck you. Sue me, bitch. That's literally what they go for. Like the immediate first actions. No. First action is to ignore. Yes? How can we help you? Alright, we will try. And then never help. And then they say like, hey, can you really help me? No, it's legally ours now. And like whatever, like it's like Crystal issues, not our issues. And it's like even there's like actual Lego like scrap inside the store. It's not yours now, it's ours now. Legally, if it's speaking, it's ours now. So like fuck you. To me. That's how they work. That's literally how the MO right now. The entire MO from beginning to the end. They keep flip-flopping. In between. Have and don't have. Then you have it or don't have it. Such a fucking Schrodinger Lego. Like this, the thing is that you can actually see the Lego from a fucking distance away.
It just looks like it's a thing where it's like, well, you signed this consignment for the sale and all your pieces are here, but there's new management and I don't know where that's at and I don't know if these are yours. It's just like, just being fucking scummy. Yeah. Some of the video footage, man, that you see of this owner, like on the stoop of his house, talking to the cops, and he's like, hey, love the American Fork Police, you guys, Lou, I love you. And him doing that, it's the crit. Yeah, you guys rule. It's like, dude, fucking eat a fucking barrel, dude. My God. Brian confronted the store with a contract in hand, only to be threatened with a legal battle so lengthy it would cost him more than the Legos were even worth. What's worse is that these sets were collected by him and his father over many years, and after Brian's father had a health scare, Brian mentioned being afraid to tell his father what had happened to their collection for fear of worsening his physical and mental well-being.
At this point, my father had a health episode. We can't bring any stress to him.
This kickstarts an insane series of stunts pulled off by Reckless Ben to confront the Bricks and Minifigs team. The series is still up on YouTube, I believe. You can still watch part of the video so far. He just can't add anything yet. It's fucking unbelievable the amount of incompetence it has from Bricks and Minifigs, and just like the amount of like, if you just would have paid back or just did good business practices, none of this would be happening. Or even just being like, okay, we fucked up, sorry. It would have been fine. But now we are watching corporate suicide right now. Were you expecting it to be a lot more calm or did you actually expect that hostility to be coming in when you went into the store? Did they already seem like fucking guns ready? You know what I mean?
Brian did warn me when I went in the first time. He's like, hey, when I went to ask for my Legos back, they trespassed from the store and started like screaming at me. So he's like, they're probably going to do the same thing to you. At this point, I didn't know if Brian was telling the truth or not yet, you know? So I was like, oh, I guess I'll just go and see for myself. But I came in prepared, kind of knowing that I was like, okay, I'm going to be like extra nice to them because I know they might, I want to get them to talk because that's my goal, is like hear their side of the story. So I went in, I'm just like, hey, I think my friend has some Legos in here. He was having trouble getting it back. Can we like work this out? And then she's like, I'm being harassed. Call the cops. And I'm like, well, I'm not really harassing. I'm just trying to hear like your guys' side of things. If they were paying him and he was lying to me, then they would have just told me at the store, like, hey, we're actually paying him, you know? So that's why I went to the store first to hear their side of things.
Just give back the set.
What I'm saying is, even if it's not the money, at least give back what you have and like just do what's right, make it even Stevens with everybody. But they've dug so far down that now they're just, if all these videos, you can just see how fucking gross the owners are. It's just nasty fucking practices, nasty people. And then also you have the police officers who just aren't treating it seriously, because I think there's still like a stigma with people that are like, oh, it's a YouTuber doing something, to where then they're like, oh, well, if it's just a YouTube thing, that's probably nothing, right? Or it's just, oh god, so this is just a troll thing, or this is just a joke or whatever. Just a general lack of care for a very serious thing.
He's a YouTuber.
He has nothing to do with the story at all.
He's a YouTuber.
Okay. That makes things a little more clear. He has no association
He's a
with the story.
YouTuber. He's just trying to get content.
Okay.
The amount of times I heard him say stuff like, oh, this is a YouTube thing, and discrediting the case just because this is like a YouTube video or something. It's very interesting how that like gives them a right, you know?
I kind of see their point of view, because there is so many just like annoying like meta glasses people that probably the majority of like TikTokers and YouTubers that do the meta glasses, I'd say like probably a good 80 to 90% of them are just trying to, I'm going to piss you off as much as I can.
Yeah, rage
and the bigger of a reaction you get, the more reaction you get, the more money I make, you know? I shouldn't be surprised by that, because that is the majority of people, you know, but I would like to think that I'm a little,
maybe when you first hear about it, like, oh, it's a YouTube guy. Sure, you can go in with your preconceived ideas of what that is. But I feel like even dealing with the American Force, or even dealing with Salem, I don't know, did you deal with much of Salem Police Department at all in the same way that you dealt with American Fork, or no? Or is that more of a distant?
The Salem Police Department was, was the Kaiser Police, technically, I guess, which is like 15 minutes north of Salem, but they sucked too, but they never arrested me, I guess. They always let us go, you know, like we would get like our arguments, and then I was like, here's the law book, and then they just kind of like ran away once I pulled the law book out. So they like wouldn't keep talking to me, because I think they were maybe afraid of the law. I don't know.
Or they're just like, I don't want to fucking deal with this. Which it is a very unconventional way of approaching all this, but I would say that everything he's done is legal from what we've been shown, at least, right? These posts would go viral, causing tons of bad PR and even a public statement from BAM. In it, they downplay the situation and claim that they don't know the whereabouts of the unsold sets. They allege that all of Ben's work and the criticism online is just edited social media clips, and according to them, all Bricks and Minifigs want is fairness and support for the Lego community. Fuck yourself. Unreal. Also, it's so fun. That's like GameStop being like, we just want what's fair for gamers. It's like, why don't you go yourself, dude? Really?
Power to the gamers.
Can we just like undercut you and sell you more, and then by the way, when we get criticism, we're just gonna sue? Is that a cool thing? Can we just sue? I think that's what we want to do, actually. Oh god, make me want to throw up. Someone would soon leak a BAM company-wide email directly to Ben, revealing the internal state of affairs. The email directly tells other franchises how to handle the negative reactions to Ben's documentary and all other related content, which they labeled as a coordinated negative PR attack. Dun dun, Legos. One of the strategies is a new mandate to actively solicit Google reviews with every single transaction. They reveal that they are getting the FBI, Oregon State Police, and the U.S. Postal Inspection Service involved. Their involvement, alongside the temporary restraining orders and cease and desist letters, would be used to silence Ben and others' content. Ben was also sued for his website, WeStealFromOldPeople.com, which he uses to sell merch of their own company. By now, Bricks and Minifigs stores around the U.S. are receiving tons of bad PR because of this scandal. To combat this, BAM stated in their email that they would have reached out to Google, YouTube, Patreon, GoDaddy, and the Facebook to report Ben's content and anyone who's review bombing their businesses. Patreon's own CEO made a video responding to this, essentially telling them to basically go f themselves and to sue Patreon if they want.
Bricks and Minifigs can stuff it. We're keeping Ben's page up, and if Bricks and Minifigs doesn't like that, they can sue us.
Right? Which good luck with that fucking legal battle. All employees were asked to pretend the scandal doesn't exist, and as a backup, were given pre-planned corporate scripts and a de-escalation playbook. The company appears to be in a full meltdown as they are demanding store managers turn off comments on all store social media accounts. As stated in its public statement, BAM says its ultimate goal is to regain the community's trust and protect its franchises. AKA, please don't bankrupt us. Please don't make us basically start a new business, which is inevitably, I think, inevitably what's going to happen. Do you think so far? Do you think they're going to be able to weather the storm?
I mean, as far as PR goes, I don't think so. I think no matter what, they're fucked. Even if they win the case against Ben.
The court of public opinion is decided.
Yeah, which is just like, well, these guys are pieces of shit. It's going to take years and years to regain their
I could
trust.
see them changing their name and trying to get out of that spotlight or something. Renaming their franchise or something. I bet you that's the route they take.
Or they might do a thing where it's like, someone bought us. And then, yeah, they rebrand it.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
in a new corporate management.
Yeah, but they won't say that someone bought us. I don't think so. I think it's going to be all secret. They're going to delete all the accounts, whatever, and they're just going to restate it. And you're going to look at it and be like, oh, these are all the same Bricks and Minifigs locations, is what I think is going to happen. It may seem like Bricks and Minifigure stores attract scummy workers and managers, but not all employees are like that, all right? Some are simply there for a paycheck and have to deal with the nonsense that comes with it. Testimony from Bricks and Minifigs employees makes it seem like a living hell. It is common for the work schedule to be brutal and random, and on top of ridiculous hours, you can expect minimum wage at best. Several employees also claim that there is no opportunity for raises or career advancement. Of course not, dude. You have some manager who owns the store, and they're going to be in the cycle of getting like high school employees to come through. It's that thing of just being like, God, you're lucky to be here. I mean, you get to play with Legos all day. Clean the bathroom. Clean the bathroom.
Is that what they told Joe when he was working as a Lego
My
engineer?
favorite Joe story. I wonder if we can get him to say it. My friend Joe. This is like this. It almost seems fake. My friend Joe, who's now like a very well known. He's a stand-up comedian, very funny guy. I love him. We were in animation together in school. When he graduated, he won a Lego making contest. That sounds fake. He won a like Lego building competition to work for like a Lego store. Like he was basically a fucking Imagineer for Legos or something. I don't know. But yeah, I was just saying we should have Joe record. It would be really funny.
All right, so one time I'm building behind my giant plexiglass window, just some sort of rinky-dink Lego model, and a dad and his son come in decked out in St. Louis Blues jerseys because the Blues had just won the Stanley Cup like the day before. So they come in and they bang on the window and they go, St. Louis Blues! And I'm giving them a thumbs up like, yeah, Stanley Cup, yeah. And I go back to what I'm doing, and then the dad bangs on the window again. He goes, hey, build the Stanley Cup! Build the Stanley Cup! And, I can't just drop everything I'm doing to build a 5-foot tall statue of a trophy or whatever. So I just kind of laugh him off and go back to what I'm doing. But he stands there for like several minutes with his son, and they keep banging. The kid's banging on the window. The dad's banging on the window. I think the window's gonna break. Build the Stanley Cup! Build it now! And, really, that's what it was like working there at all times.
Yeah, I don't know. I from the perspective of a guy who just works at Lego, where there's no incentive of like reselling, I wonder what his perspective is on Lego fans. I'd be curious to see. The next big video Ben would release documents BAM actively thwarting his efforts to confront the store owner legally and taking their maliciousness to a whole new level. It's throughout this process that the American Fork Police Department starts to reveal themselves as straight up corrupt because the store owners and the CEO are part of the same Mormon church community. Brian alleges that some of the police are too, and that they're protecting their own. Us Mormons stick together. The religious undertones too, with like the cooperation of like, even with the American Fork Police Department, how a lot of those guys even go to church together and they're all kind of in cahoots in some kind of way.
So first off, I'm going to give you a little piece of insider information. I think someone found this on a YouTube. I saw someone's YouTube on this. It only has like 500 views on it. So no one's seen this piece of information, but someone dug back in the newspaper and found that Ammon and Josh, they went on a Mormon mission trip together. So they're like BFFFFs, which is crazy because they claim that they're two completely separate people. Like Josh is like, oh, corporate is completely different. Like corporate's not, we can't control what they're doing. Like they make their own decisions, when really you can see they're like literally best friends with each other. Like Josh and Ammon are, I don't even think they're allowed to shower separately. Like they have to be in the same room at all times when they're on their mission trip because they're not allowed to like jerk off in the shower or something, So like they have to like shower with the door open and stuff. And so Josh and Ammon are like closer than any two human beings can be together, but they try to make it seem like they're like completely different.
In order to have his case against Brandon and Josh approved, Ben first has to make a good faith effort to resolve the disagreement with all parties involved. When they try to approach Josh to make their good faith effort, police are already waiting for them and pull them over for supposedly not fully stopping at a stop sign, despite the body cam footage later proving this completely false. Body cam footage also reveals Josh calling the police to claim that Ben is stalking him rather than just trying to serve papers legally, and that he might be pushed to shoot someone over it.
threat.
One of the dispatchers made a note here saying that you were gonna shoot someone.
I said if they try to break into my house.
Okay.
I'm just saying if they come inside, they'll have a surprise.
Okay.
Is that not a threat? And as for Brandon, Ben tried to speak with him at his home, only for Brandon to stand there in complete silence until the police made him leave under the threat of jail time if he returned.
He didn't steal anything. He inherited the store from somebody
No,
else.
he stole $200,000 worth of, because I've been spending the last 3 months in the case and I won in court.
With his good faith efforts rejected, Ben's case against Brandon was officially accepted by the court. The police approached Ben and his friend once again, at night this time, to conduct a random 2-hour search of his car under a random suspicion that they are carrying heroin. They found nothing, but still tried to pressure them into confessing they were under the influence, claiming that their eyes were suspiciously dilated. They weren't. Fork PD was later caught on a body cam claiming that they were going to scare Ben and his team a little before letting them go.
Can't we just have him pick his friend up? And I'm probably tired of dealing with the police at this point. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's gonna scare him a little bit and let him go is all I really was gonna do. But
making it even harder to believe the heroin lie, which who believes the heroin lie? No one. Regardless, being unable to amicably settle with Josh over this got Ben's court case against him approved as well. And with an official process server alongside him, Ben placed a sign in Josh's neighborhood that read, "I stole a dying man's life savings," on a public piece of land to lure him out to be served his papers. As they waited, 3 separate police confrontations took place, ending with one officer trying to directly serve Josh the papers himself. He returns and says that Josh, quote, doesn't want them because he believes they're fake.
Have you two been to court before?
No, he can't, no, he's a YouTuber.
You've never been to court with him?
No.
So these papers that you printed up are
Fake.
fake?
Yes, 1 billion, trillion, gazillion %.
Okay.
He's a YouTuber.
That footage is crazy because it's like, you're getting served papers. No, they're fake. I won't accept them. If they're fake, then they're not going to do anything.
Can I peek at it?
What was that?
Can I peek at it?
It kind of puts me in a little bit
All
of
right,
a
never
bind.
mind. It's fake. There's no lawsuit anymore.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's also a thing, too, with, like, if you have a public server there who has no qualm with the case, I mean, who is not related to the case at all, should be able to go up, serve the papers, and, like, that's just it.
Yeah.
Right? That's serving someone.
Exactly.
But to have the police sit there and be like, well, they're fake. Well, how do you know? What about these makes it fake? You know what I mean? Well, what's about the police body cams? They can just turn it off, or they can silence their mics.
Yeah, that's crazy. They can just turn the mic off.
Well, why would you be able to do that?
I'm gonna have a discussion with this officer. Go on that little pot of land right there. Perfect, right there is fine. Yep.
Unless there's just some reason I understand, editor, see if there's a reason that we legitimately just don't know about. But does that not sound corrupt? Okay, well, he thinks it's fake. Okay. Click back on. All right, we're just gonna tell them to leave. A 4th set of officers confront them, this time directly calling the court to prove that the case is real. They are seen on body cam footage being told it is 100% legit.
Yeah, looks like a real small claims case in our court.
So they get fed up and just arrest Ben without reading him his rights. Ben gets out of jail, desperately starts a GoFundMe for Brian and his family and advertises it with another insulting sign. Police stop by and are seen scrambling to think of what excuse to arrest him again, right? In the footage, they're just like, I don't know.
Is it disorderly conduct? Why? Did it raise the police to be summoned because it causes problems? Did he come out? Is he upset about it?
I guess, but that's not.
Look at your stalking code.
Yeah,
see if it's that. If it's not, we're going to look at disorderly. If it's not disorderly, then we're going to look at the city ordinance.
They eventually try to seize one of their phones and immediately arrest Ben's friend Sheldon for, quote, trying to destroy evidence after he attempts to lock his phone, which is his legal right.
You're attempting to destroy evidence. That's a worse charge than what you're looking at.
Oh, you were not.
Nope. Yeah, I was just locking my phone. I don't think so. Okay.
Soon after, their home base in Utah gets raided on a warrant that included, quote, stolen Lego, which lines up with the piece of defamation Josh threatened to make about Ben if he decided to go through with a lawsuit.
You stole them, bitch.
I stole the Legos?
Yeah, you're a fucking thief.
Dang. Okay.
You can shut the fuck up. That's your fucking choice.
A future statement from the Fork Police Department claims host of the Airbnbs Ben and friends were staying at heard them talking about stolen Legos, which is just so funny. If I'm sitting here and I'm like, Lego is so popular. Oh yeah, did you hear about those stolen Legos? Doesn't mean that there's stolen Legos here in my fucking house, dude. Like, you could talk about things and not, it's just so stupid. Every single one of them is thrown in the back of a cop car, and in this process, Ben's arm is yanked behind his back so hard that it dislocates his shoulder.
Fun.
That's cool. Fork Police Department, you rule! Fork Police Department would also claim that Ben must have faked his injury because the x-ray image he flashed on the screen in the video was of a left shoulder despite it being the right shoulder that was dislocated. It was very clear stock image Ben used to emphasize what the cop had done to his shoulder. It wasn't the actual fucking proof.
Yeah, so I mean, come on, guys. That's not way around X-way.
It's like, no shit, dude. God, what is going through your mind during all these altercations with the American Fork Police Department? And I mean, like, them fucking up your shoulder. Did they even give you medical attention? I'm so curious
So
to
my
see.
shoulder's not that bad, just
Okay.
because it literally dislocates like probably once a month for the last like 9 years. Like it's like a very normal thing. Like it just pops out and within a second it pops back in. Like it's like I used to have to like manually do it, but now it's my shoulders are so loose now it just goes in very fast, which is why I try not to make like too big of a deal about that. I just really hurt my shoulder like right before. It was just bad timing, I guess.
Yeah.
But what I'm thinking I don't know. I'm just like in shock the whole time because I usually try to be like pretty like respectful to police officers. I grew up in like a pretty conservative place where it's like you respect the police officers, you know. So
Pardon my reach.
No, it's all
Seatbelt
good.
on.
Well, thank you guys.
Okay.
Thanks for being nice and
Yeah.
cool.
Thank you for being cooperative.
if you show them respect, they'll show you respect. You know, that's kind of how I've always like lived my life with police. But yeah, this is so weird because I feel like I showed them lots of respect through the videos. You know, like I was pretty open about what we're doing and stuff, and then I showed them respect and they didn't show me respect back. So it was very interesting. But it is kind of sad to think that this is happening to other people that aren't filming. You know, and they're just getting screwed over for no reason, and it definitely sucks.
Ben was released on a $2,500 bail and dodged an entire month-long sentence. Unfortunately, Ben now had a court case coming up with charges that put him at risk for a 5-year jail sentence. He had no time to breathe before his roommate called and claimed an officer stopped by their place and claimed to have a warrant for Ben's arrest. This time, it was non-bailable, and it listed that he, quote, represented a credible threat to the physical safety of a protected person. I wonder who that was. Now that there were police officers all over the county after Ben, he eventually fled to Mexico to continue the case without fear of being arrested. He could very well not be there anymore, but is likely not disclosing any more info about his whereabouts, where he has before. Usually he says, I'm here, I'm there. Now I think he's probably just fucking laying low. As you can imagine, PR for Bam was getting even worse during this time. This is when Eamon agreed to go on small Lego channel streams to explain more of his side, during which he does something that Bam has done on more than one occasion, uses employees as a shield to gather sympathy for problems their company caused.
We legally can't direct franchisees who to hire, who not to hire. The franchisee will be held accountable, but we actually can't fire or, step over the line of that.
We're Lego company. Why are you being so mean to us?
Isn't that what it feels like?
Oh, they're bad. I'm not bad. I'm a 46-year-old man playing with Lego.
I'm 48. My wife has sex with other men. It's unfortunately true that becomes so infuriated hearing about how evil Bam is that they began harassing employees and review bombing locations that had nothing to do with the controversy, which is a shame. That doesn't mean that you should go into a store and like fucking actually physically hurt anybody or whatever. But if you're review bombing shit, I mean, it's fucking blame Eamon, dude. Blame your fucking head honcho. He's the reason that this is all happening, right? And Josh and the Fork Police Department.
A lot of people to blame.
Yeah, it's got a lot of things. There's a lot of things, a lot of targets you could throw up there. This actually hurts Ben's case, as Bam can now lump him in with the people that are doing these targeted attacks and harassment and label everyone as malicious. And it doesn't help that there have been both death threats and bomb threats made.
My name is, I'm gonna you in the way you've never seen. You're the next one on the line. We go down from Salem, Oregon, and we come down the list.
In fact, Ben alleges that Eamon called the police directly and claimed he planned on shooting up the store and burning the place down if the sets are not returned, which don't recall Ben saying that.
They sent people in saying they're going to murder our manager. They sent a lady in, and the lady's like, "Oh, I'm going to murder you," to Amanda, the manager.
Obviously, these are all fake threats. I would never do something like that. The police think that these are real threats. So now the police from Los Angeles, from Utah, they're all working together now to catch me.
As we mentioned earlier, one YouTuber, MGS Bricks, visited multiple locations with a large collection of minifigures, including a Chrome C-3PO. Yeah, a Chrome C-3PO. Put the value up on screen, which we all already know. Of the 4 stores he visited, 2 offered 18% and 19% of his collection's value. The other 2 stores offered a measly 6% and 10%, meaning that on the low end, one store offered him $96 for his entire Lego collection.
Oh my god, that's insulting.
You know what's weird though is do you not get a better reputation if you actually just kind of pay good? 50%? 50% of what's worth?
60 feels
60? Over half?
Yeah. Well, you gotta think, yeah, then they're only making 40%.
I'm only making 40% of your Chrome. I mean, like, it's a Chrome C-3PO. I don't really know I'm not gonna sit here and pretend that I know the value of these things. But I'm like, if I sold that little motherfucker for a percentage, I'd be walking out of the store and I'd be like looking back at him and shit, just sitting on the counter. When he went to the final store, he sent his friend in to make the exchange since the store knew who he was. After the employees combed through the Lego and handed them back, MGS Bricks noticed that the rare 30th anniversary Chrome C-3PO valued at around $800, god damn, was missing. Both men checked the car and the collection again before heading back inside. As soon as they walked in, they saw the rare minifig sitting on the employee's desk. And when they confronted him about it, the Bricks and Minifigures employee handed it back to them, saying he had somehow forgotten to return it. What a fucking snap. Oh! That's weird. How did it end up over here?
How did it end up in my purse?
Sorry about that. That's called stealing. No. I just took it for myself.
Yeah.
Like, what? Just as he handed it over, the Bricks and Minifigures employee made one more comment claiming that the rare minifig was actually a fake. Ugh. Yeah, it's actually not even good, so if you just want me to hold on to it, I can. Which made the situation even more suspicious. Obviously, the guy tried fucking stealing it. Come on. That's crazy. That's a crazy evolution as a human.
They
as a
are
human being,
always
isn't it?
coming.
I mean, like, you're stealing Legos. Can you imagine as a child? Oh, your future self walks up to you and they're just like, we're gonna be in Legos and we're gonna steal from people. We're gonna steal Legos from people. Really?
I mean, kid me would be like, yes.
Do you think so? I feel like they'd be like, why are you stealing it?
I stole Legos as a kid. So
I'm barking up the wrong tree. Right? You're like, perfect. Never change, adult Nick. I won't, little Nick. I'm gonna be this way forever. After MGS Bricks made their video exposing their terrible trade-in service, he created a follow-up video revealing emails from COO of BAM, Matt McNeff, and their responses have some parallels, going on and on about how the store owner of one of these locations is currently handling the passing of his grandfather, and how another employee is directly involved in preparing to undergo heart surgery. He also claims there have been death threats made by people calling the store due to MGS Bricks video. It's just, the sympathy bait is just, well, he's only going because his grandpa's real sick, so that should just let him be a piece of shit.
He's going through a lot right now.
Okay, he's getting heart surgery. He could be an asshole and he can rob from you. Okay?
Yeah, I feel like they're too far gone, but at one point they could have just been like, you know what? We're sorry. Let's make this right. Even if they couldn't get the, like, let's say, for example, they sold some of the set. You know what I mean?
Financially, get what was worth and give it to him.
Buy the sets back and be like, and that's really good.
1,000,000,000%. It's too far now.
Yeah,
if they did it now, you'd be like, well, you guys are just fucking. If they would have gotten called out and they're like, no, even later on, I mean, the rebuttal. No, we didn't do that. Yes, you did. Okay, fine. You caught us. Sorry. Wait. Okay, here, just make it right. You could have been totally even Stevens on everything, but instead you're just being a fucking. I mean, you're being greedy. That was another thing too. Is even like how polite you were, at least how civil you were with going to corporate. It made me think about: was there any specific action that corporate took that you believe like unnecessarily escalated this situation as a whole? How corporate responded to things?
So first off, corporate is involved. Second off, I mean, if I was corporate and someone came up to corporate headquarters and be like, hey, I think you guys are holding some of our Legos. I think that was my exact word. I'm like, hey, I think you guys are holding some of our Legos. Can we work with you guys to get them back? His response to that was, no, like the Legos were never in our store, you know, basically just saying that, like just trying to lie to me. So if I was corporate, I would have been like, okay, let's pull out the inventory list. Let's see if we do have your Legos, you know, and that's what any other CEO would have done.
Yeah, anybody else.
Say like, hey, if this person's claiming to have Legos stolen by our company, then let's look at it. And I had the inventory list in my hand with me. So I would have said, hey, can you show me the inventory list then? I wouldn't have been like, oh no, get out of my store. I'm calling the cops, you know?
Yeah.
That's not what I would have done, I guess.
They could have totally had good PR too, in the sense you could be like, you know, I wasn't aware of this co-assignment, but I'm gonna take
like one of the most important thing about all this thing, okay, is fucking Lego. Okay, they are not asking for the ingredients like storage list of the fucking Coca-Colas and KFC. They are not trying to steal the secret fucking formulas. Okay, it's fucking Legos. They are not stealing the secret Krabby Patty formula. Krabs! I'm here for the secret Krabby Patty formula! Look at this, show them! Because, like, here's the thing, I do understand when stuff can expose secret, but it's fucking Legos! I repeat again, fucking Legos!
responsibility here, do what's right, and give you back your sets. At the very least.
Yeah, well, they're just looking at it, though, and they're looking at like the amount of money they're going to lose and all that kind of stuff, and they just, it's so stupid because it's a PR thing. But now I'm like, I feel like you're in so much worse.
Yeah, you're so much worse.
So like you're gonna have to financially, you're financially so much more down. I bet.
Even if Ben loses, I feel like the damage, the reputation.
I'm telling you, they're gonna have to rebrand. They will do a rebranding, and they won't tell anybody. It's gonna be they're gonna shut down all the media accounts, and they're just gonna reset. And the thing is like it will probably fucking work.
Oh, yeah, unfortunately.
People were heavily anticipating the third installment of the series, and Ben was working on it nonstop to the point where it was starting to affect his health. This excitement would come to a sudden halt, however, and a short update video was released instead. Brian, Ben, and his team are now in the middle of a RICO lawsuit filed by BAM. Due to the nature of what's in the video, releasing it would result in him losing his $300,000 lawsuit, and the GoFundMe would be taken down as well. In the video, he withholds directly stating the company's name to avoid any kind of trouble.
The GoFundMe we made for Brian will go straight to this mystery company that I am no longer allowed to talk about.
Ben explains that there has yet to be a moment for him to share his side of the story with the court despite having footage as evidence. He believes they don't want the video released because he directly discusses the false bomb threats and murder threats they're claiming were made. Shortly after the video was uploaded, Ben's GoFundMe was briefly shut down for reasons he also claims he can't talk about, under fear of it landing him in jail. But thankfully, as of June 10th, the GoFundMe seems to have been brought back up. More information is coming out every day regarding this whole situation, including an important update from BAM on June 4th that states Brandon and Joshua made a mutual agreement to no longer work with the company. Ben has claimed in the past that his entire channel has been demonetized for a very long time, so he isn't able to hire an expensive lawyer despite everyone begging him to do so. So, while watching and sharing his video is a great way to spread awareness, you can directly support him by checking out his Patreon and supporting his cause. And for a lot of the content that he makes, it is fucking really cool, and we just wanted to need to bring more light to situations like this. You know, I mean, it's just a creator doing something fucking awesome, making extreme waves in terms of like getting something done to the point where now stupid fucking like judicial systems are getting in the way and just kind of, I mean, halting somebody's progress for trying to right the wrongs of a thing that could have just been very easily solved. But instead, greed has taken over, and now you have a fucking Lego company threatening to put somebody in jail for 5 years for trying to like right the wrongs of trying to like help somebody get their collection back.
I mean, and just like as a last thing too, I'm just curious, like, do you remain optimistic that the Legos will be returned to Manziel, or do you think that, like, the reason I ask is because these people have doubled, tripled, quadrupled down to such an extent that as like a person that has consumed the content that you've put out, and as like someone that's following the channel, even I have lost optimism that these people are ever going to learn and like do this? Or is it going to be something that he's going to have to recoup them in some other way?
I don't know. It is interesting. It reminds me a lot of the pizza thing from McKamey Manor, where it was like, oh, we got to get pizza with Russ, and everyone was telling us Russ will never get pizza with you. Like, he will die before he gets pizza with you, you know? And we finally got the clip at the end where he's like, I'm giving up, you know, like, here's the pizza thing or whatever. They keep saying they're willing to give the Legos back, but they've been saying that since like day one, I guess, of like, oh, we'll give it. And then when Brian's finally like, okay, like, let's do it, then they always pull something out where they're like, oh, we actually can't do it anymore. You know, like, you have to apologize to Amanda first, or you have to delete all these like negative comments, or you have to, and we always do the things they tell us to do, and they still don't give us the Legos. As of today, Ammon said, we just want to give them the Legos back. Brian won't accept them.
Our number one priority right now is to ensure that he gets made whole. And so we're working towards that, and we're hoping that he'll be able to come to the table. We're excited to be able to make that happen.
Obviously, he will accept them. Ammon's not the one to give them back. So it kind of comes down to, like, is Ammon willing to tank his whole company because of this? And it seems like maybe, I don't know.
That's the craziest part, is it feels like they would rather implode this company they've built versus like admitting that they're wrong. It's a level of delusion that just seems insane. I mean, like, even Russ had a moment of clarity where he was like, okay, like, I get it, you know, but this is coming, you're talking with major news networks. This has become such a huge thing. It's crazy to die on this hill. It's just unbelievable. And that leads me, I guess, to like the final thing of how can we, like, is there any way to support you or Brian in this time of, like, I know that you have a Patreon and stuff that we wanted to plug and shout out and stuff, but is there any other way that we can help?
Yeah, probably just those two things. Yeah, Brian's GoFundMe's been going crazy. And obviously we passed the goal within like a few hours, but Brian is now being sued by
Of course.
Christian Minifigs.
Of course. Why wouldn't we?
Not only did they steal from him, now they're trying to sue the person they stole from for literally no reason.
Yeah. Well, they got to squeeze as much as they possibly can out, you know. If they've dug this deep, they got to keep digging, it seems like. My God.
Yeah, and they're trying to get us for RICO charges, which lawyers are saying, we're obviously trying to get it dismissed. So if it gets dismissed, we might be good. But if it doesn't get dismissed, they're saying it could be like millions of dollars in lawyer fees, which is crazy. So then the GoFundMe would just be a small fraction of that. But
The good news is it would take about 2 years. So I think within 2 years, we probably could raise that because we'll just keep making content about it.
Yeah.
So I'm not really too worried, but yeah, I think the GoFundMe and Patreon, like all of the money from Patreon and GoFundMe right now is just going towards like a legal trust is what we put it all in. Yeah, it's crazy.
That's fucking awesome. I mean, you know, I hope that the situation can clear itself up soon. I appreciate you taking time. These are just some thoughts that we had in this crazy fucking roller coaster you're on, but I mean, you're doing a fucking crazy good thing, man. I mean, very selfless, and I mean, I know all your viewers appreciate it, so, and I appreciate it too, so thank you so much.
Oh yeah, no, it's sick. It's been a fun journey for sure. It's awesome. I just love doing like going on like fun adventures and stuff like this. If you can help people out, then it's just fun for me, I guess. I don't know.
No, I don't. I think that's a perfectly reasonable answer. It's a sickening thing that's happening right now. You don't really know what to do, and all we can do is the only thing we have, Nick, is this channel to talk to people about it and to tell people to go support Ben's Patreon and help him fight this case, and also hopefully that whenever this is all said and done, we can hear some more of these stories that I know he desperately wants to say. Bricks and minifigs, go fuck yourself. You guys suck. Right? Also, I want to preface this too. That doesn't mean that any of you should go and harass and do it like bomb threat. There should be nothing of harassing these locations because it will not help anybody. But it's important to realize that like there is a shark in the water and there's blood in the water and these motherfuckers are lurking around and stuff. You know what I mean? So just be mindful of that. Be sure to tell your friends to never shop at Bricks and Minifigs. I hope it fails. I hope it fails, and that all the employees, or it's their regular jobs, I hope they're able to find something quickly, and that everyone at the top, I hope you never own a business again, you predatory sacks of shit. Is that fair to say? Is that
fair to say?
Okay. Guys, until next time, we will see you in the next one. But like I said, be sure to check out Reckless Ben's channel. It's fucking insane. We did a very quick deep dive into this whole situation just so you guys understand what we were trying to tell you. But the videos, you got to check them out. Our edit will not do it justice. You need to go watch the videos. It's fucking appalling. It'll get your blood boiling. And like I said, fuck you, Bricks and Minifigs. Fuck you, all of you who are involved in that. Almost said something bad. Can't say that, right? I can't say that.
No.
I can put my hand up. It feels good saying it, though. Okay.
There you are, Bane. Let him go, meathead.
The Bat Familia gathered just in time to watch as the patriarch is broken by my hands.
Damn you, Bane.
As if we'd let you do that.
Oh, what's that? Stop me!
That bastard! My back. He broke my back.
I have done it. I've broken his back.
You didn't even do anything. You think that's gonna stop him from kicking your sorry butt?
Oh, maybe you're right. Well, let's make sure he stays broken.
Oh, God. He did it again.
You see now, amigos, your hero is no more.
As if. You barely even heard it. Oh, Tristan, no, look, I am very much broken. Please don't encourage me. Oh, sweet Mary and Joseph.
Was that supposed to scare us? You clearly don't know the Batman we do.
No, he's become quite associated with Mac Barbara. Please.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, that one was bad.
Wait. I think he somehow realigned my back. Oh, holy shit. It's
gonna take a lot more than that to stop the Batman, Bane.
No. Oh, yeah, it's definitely broken again. All right. Oh, why are you all doing this? He didn't even say anything that time. He's turning my back into a fucking sling cake. For the love of God, shut up. My back is broken in so many ways. I'll never walk again. Can you please
Stop encouraging him.
Listen, Bruce, he might not like it, but no matter what, we won't surrender. He taught us to never give in to evil, no matter the cost.
That's right. You can't give up, Bruce. You just can't.
You're right. I have to be stronger than I am. To be stronger than him. I'm sorry I
I don't
lost
know what kind of Disneyland bullshit is going on here. I just like seeing you get hurt.
What?
What did he say? He called you a pussy.
Well, if it isn't the dynamic duo.
Robbing a bank, eh? What's your real angle, Riddler?
Yeah, give us your riddle. We'll answer it lickety-split. Well, there is no riddle.
Is that the riddle?
No, there's no riddle. I'm just robbing this bank.
Riddler without a riddle? That doesn't sound like you. Literally.
Yeah, well, I've been doing this for however many years, and I'm out of riddles.
You're
all right?
out of riddles?
Yes, I'm out of riddles. Okay, every time that I want to commit a crime, I have to think of a riddle that fits the situation. If I'm going to rob a boat, I have to think of a riddle that has to do with the sea. Or if I'm going to rob a plane, it has to do with aviation.
Why don't you just come up with the riddle first and then go from there?
That's what I've been doing, but I'm running out of those shoes. I mean, now I'm left to, like, what's black and white and red all over? What am I supposed to do, rob a newspaper stand?
You can also kill another.
Or give a penguin a sunburn? Are you taking this seriously?
Yeah,
You know what? I think you guys have come here not to start the crime, but just to see if you can answer my riddle.
No, come on, Riddler.
You know what? I'm going to reinvent myself. Let's try this again. New Riddler, go.
All right, Riddler, what are you up to?
Well, Batman, for you to find out, you must answer this. What is the nature of existence?
What the fuck?
Come on, answer it.
That's not a riddle.
Yeah, I'm not doing riddles anymore. Now it's all philosophical debate guy now. That's me.
Are we real? Oh, damn it, Riddler. Now he's thinking outside the box. You know how hard it was to get him in the box?
All right, fine. A runaway trolley is headed for a track. On one track is Mussolini and Hitler, and on the other is Dean Norris.
That's not how it works.
What do you mean that's not how it works? That's how it works.
Yeah, but you made it. I'm going to pick Hitler and Mussolini. That's way too
Yes,
easy.
a trolley is still a problem. There's a trolley
Do
problem.
you understand the trolley problem at all?
There's a trolley, and you have to decide. That's it. That's all
Wouldn't
it
it be
is.
the same issue as before? Because now every crime would have to relate to a trolley and tying people up the track.
Yeah, then you wouldn't even be a Riddler. You'd be like a train guy.
I'm not a train.
Do we have a train guy? No, I don't think we do.
I think that'd be great.
That'd be great.
You want to be a train guy?
Shut up! I'm tired of you not taking me seriously. You know how hard it was to come up with a 1,000 riddles and riddle-related crime all these years by myself?
You didn't look up a single one? You made those all on your own?
Exactly.
That is really impressive.
Yeah, why don't you just do that?
You want new riddles? What the fuck are you talking about? I know. You want a riddle so bad, boy wonder? All right, riddle me this. Do you believe in God?
Well,
riddle me that.
Let's go back to the trolley problem, right? Dean Norris ain't a saint. Oh, God.
Well, what's your answer, Batman?
Answer it. Fuck, I know this one. Dear God, please don't let me die. Please, God. Oh, God.
Wait, I got it. The horse's name was Friday.
What?
This video is brought to you by Gamer Shop. The flavor of the week is blue because it's blue. I mean, you can't go wrong with blue. It's a color. It's that.
This is the historic 4th Ward Park in Atlanta, Georgia. It's got all the stuff you could want a park to have. Landscaped walkways, benches, grassy fields, a playground, and even a splash pad in the amphitheater. The focal point is the 5-acre or half a hectare pond running through the middle. But this pond isn't just for looks. In fact, this park would have never been built at all except for the fact that it solves a serious flooding problem. For years, the 4th Ward neighborhood struggled with drainage and flooding issues. In the 90s, the city came up with a plan, a massive underground tunnel to carry runoff away. Don't get me wrong, I love flood tunnels. I have a whole video about them, but they're not always the right call. One engineer in Atlanta had a better idea, a solution that would address the flooding issue for a lower cost and significantly beautify the area, a rare opportunity to improve form and function. You've almost certainly seen a stormwater pond, whether you realize that's what it was or not. They kind of blend into the urban landscape to the point where they're basically hiding in plain sight. Some have been turned into amenities in places like parks where the primary purpose is disguised. But I think it's fair to say that no other single solution has been installed more extensively in modern cities or delivered greater cumulative protection against runoff than the humble stormwater pond. Let me show you how they work with a model I built in the garage and some of the ways these ponds are evolving in the 21st century. I'm Grady, and this is Practical Engineering. The problem that stormwater ponds solve is pretty easy to understand. Storms bring water, and that stormwater has to go somewhere. Spray a garden hose on some grass and some concrete and just watch what happens. How much of that water soaks in and how much runs off the surface. Depending on the type of soil below the grass and the duration of the experiment, the answers are pretty different for the two situations. Let's do a little development to make this clearer. Say we buy up this piece of land on the edge of the city. Add roads and sidewalks, some commercial parcels with parking lots, a park with a gazebo, tennis and basketball courts, apartments and homes with roofs, driveways, patios, and sheds. Before our project, this entire area was natural ground, soil that could absorb at least some amount of precipitation, allowing it to infiltrate into the earth, recharging aquifers. Now it's covered in all kinds of impervious surfaces. Let's see what happens when it rains. Essentially, two things can happen to rainfall when it hits the ground. It either soaks in or it runs off. How much of each happens depends on quite a few factors. For soil, it matters what kind. Sandy soils with large particles and interstitial spaces can absorb a lot. Clays with microscopic particles and almost no voids, very little. It also matters how much water is already in the soil. If it's wet before the storm, there's less room for more water to flow in. And as soil absorbs water throughout a storm, its ability to infiltrate more decreases. Any water that can't infiltrate the soil will run off into creeks or rivers nearby, but for impervious surfaces like asphalt, concrete, and roofs, there really aren't any variables. Essentially, all the water that falls on them runs off. When it rains in our new development, all the runoff still flows to the same place, maybe into a channel that runs into a creek that eventually connects to a larger river. It's just that now there's a lot more of it. As I mentioned, depending on the type of soil and the size of the storm, the difference between pre- and post-development conditions can be pretty significant. But a single development usually only represents a small portion of the watershed for a creek or river. So even with all these new impervious surfaces, the marginal increase in water levels during a storm downstream may be fairly insignificant. But zoom out to the scale of an entire city and the problem becomes obvious. It's basically all impervious. Development left unchecked can dramatically increase the frequency and severity of flooding because when it rains, a much greater proportion of that rain runs off into creeks and rivers instead of soaking into the ground. So most cities don't let development go unchecked, at least from a flooding standpoint. Rules vary a lot among cities and across the world, but the most basic requirement you'll see in most places is pretty simple. To get a building permit to develop a piece of property, you're going to have to limit the peak runoff from the property to pre-development levels. That means that for a given storm, on a given site, you can't have a higher flow rate after development than it would have been beforehand. Most development is going to involve adding impervious surfaces, whether they're roads, buildings, sidewalks, or parking lots, and that means more runoff. You can't just get rid of the water in most cases, so somehow you're going to have to store it and release it gradually to keep the peak flow below pre-development levels, and the simplest way to do it is a pond. This is my garage-built stormwater pond. It's just an acrylic flume I use for some of my demos, but I've built this outlet structure that should slow down the water, backing it up into the pond. All the acrylic for this structure came from my friends at Sin Cut Sin, this video's sponsor. I just love this service. They give anyone with a CAD file access to laser cutting, CNC machining, bending, powder coating, and more. They don't have minimum quantities. Each of these parts was a batch of one. It's super fast, super easy, made in the USA. They make my life so easy, and they support the show. If you need parts made from metal, acrylic, or a long list of other materials they have available, give them a try at the link below. I'm measuring flow with a meter on the inflow pipe. I also have a level sensor measuring the volume of discharge over time in this tank below. These are both feeding into an Arduino so we can look at the data. I'm going to simulate a storm event using this valve. So this is a handcrafted artisan inflow event. A typical storm has kind of a bell-shaped runoff curve. Starts slow, builds to a peak as more and more of the watershed contributes, and then tapers off as the storm moves away. And you could see that my stormwater pond captured some of that peak. Because of the outlet structure that has a small hole at the bottom right now, the discharge from the pond is much lower than the inflow. And after a little post-processing, I can show you the data. This is a plot of flow versus time. Inflow is the solid line, outflow is the dashed line. The units are arbitrary since this is just for comparison, but I did calibrate the sensor so they match as closely as possible. You can
I know some people listen to this, they'll be like, what the fuck are you watching? I'm an engineer, I kind of know stuff, okay? I actually understand, but I feel like that would be a little bit terrible for other people who never heard about those kind of things before. And also, I am very, very hungry. And not just now. I'll be... Go grab some snack. Baby. Man, there's still quite a lot of stuff I need to. I keep getting ping as if like someone is chatting with me. Like, keep going and take a look. No, there's nothing there. Wonder what is happening. Why, hello there! Yeah, I'm doing like another art commission work at the moment. I finished like my... I finished my other thing one. This one is done. I'm still figuring out like the cracking sound, to be honest. I don't have a good knuckle cracking sound. Oh, why do I even like? I got other method to show to you. Like okay. I know the grass crack is not like the best one in the world. It is a cheap animations, okay? It's not like super fucking expensive in the first place. So yeah, it's fine, it's fine. Don't think too much about it. It's good enough. Good enough. How even like news channel is talking about this guy? Holy shit. Personally, I would say yes. We should use Cell again, but not the way they think. Like, this particular video is like, say like why future ship like need cells again is because like we have a lot of wind we can use. Why don't we use it? Obviously, if you use a lot of wind, like drag is issues, and like you know, imagine like a storm happens. Like if you can't like keep the thing. Is going to like topple the goddamn fucking ship, especially like freighters is like so fucking big. It's basically like a football field big. Like imagine like a stadium. Yeah, it is a stadium. Entire football stadiums, like 2 football stadiums.
Shipping carries around 90% of everything traded globally, from the device you're watching this on to the clothes you're wearing. And the vast majority of the ships carrying those goods burn a fuel derived from oil, such as heavy fuel oil. And I'm sure you won't be surprised to learn, this has an environmental cost associated with it.
In fact, the global shipping industry emits over 1 billion tons of CO2 into the atmosphere every year. That means it's about as polluting as the entire aviation industry, and more polluting than Germany, the world's 3rd largest economy.
So if the world is going to stand a chance of meeting its decarbonisation targets, global shipping must clean up its act. It's estimated that shipping needs to cut its carbon emissions by at least 20% by 2030, relative to 2008 levels, and cut its emissions by at least 70% by 2040. But how are we going to do that? Many people would say the obvious answer is green fuels, like green hydrogen, green ammonia, or green methanol. These are fuels that exist and don't add carbon to the atmosphere like fossil fuels because they're made using renewable energy, and engines can be retrofitted to run on them. However, they are about 3 times more expensive than conventional fuel, and it looks like that's probably going to be the case for a while. They probably won't be cost competitive until the 2040s, which is a bit late. Long ago, ships plied the ocean blue with just the power of wind, and this is something that we can still do. In fact, modern sails, or wind-assisted ship propulsion, WASP, has come a long way since the age of sail. And just to get this out of the way, the goal here isn't necessarily to get rid of engines completely. When we talk about wind-assisted propulsion, we're talking about reducing the amount that ships use their engines. If you can stop them using them at all, that's great, but that's not really what we're going for here.
The key thing is you've got to be operational, so you've got to come in under power, and you've got to have a good delivery date and firm with that delivery date. So Walter Raleigh said, I'll bring my tobacco and potatoes and we might turn up 3 months tomorrow. That's not good enough in today's world. So you've got to have some form of backup. We can actually sail, and we do sail, and we have sailed without any combustion engine. That's entirely possible with today's sails, but it is a wind assist. So you give it to the pilot when you get to port, you put the wings down, and it's presented to the port as if it's a normal combustion engine ship.
John mentioned wings there, which are sails that look like this. And if you're like me, you may have seen these before and thought, they can't make that much of a difference, surely. But last year, Seas at Risk published the Global Fleet Under Wind report. And
for this report or this research, we modeled around 40,000 ships globally. And what we found is that even under very conservative assumptions, we are seeing that wind propulsion can reduce fuel consumptions by up to around 12%, depending on ship types, and around 6 to 9% across the wider model fleet. So at first glance, these numbers might not sound enormous. One of the most important is that wind propulsion is one, if not the only, climate solution in shipping that can scale now, today, and also on ships that already exist.
We're talking big impacts. So in this video, I'm going to demonstrate 3 examples of modern wind technology with this model in this tank, in escalating order of weirdness. And we'll also talk about why the shipping industry is at an inflection point right now, and why it represents a unique opportunity to decarbonize an entire major industry.
But first, let's talk about sails. More specifically, kite sails.
You know what a sail is. It's a towel on a stick. And in a way, sails like these haven't changed much for hundreds of years. Small ships can operate with very similar sails to those on ancient ships. But large ships are now starting to deploy kite sails, which are effectively large parachutes tethered 200 to 300 meters above sea level. And this specific example comes from a company called Airseas that automatically swoops the kite through a figure-of-8 pattern, which generates more pulling force than a static kite. Right, before I turn the fan on, I just want to address something, which is that these pieces of tech are obviously not to scale. This one is probably the closest to scale, actually. And obviously, there's a massive difference here in the weight of what we are doing. And I'm not saying this is a scientific test at all. This is just for demonstration purposes. I'm trying to make sure that the fan doesn't just blow the body of the ship and is just acting on the wind tech, but limitations of something to scale, right? Let's see if this works. I mean, if that hadn't worked, I would be doing something very wrong. These kite sails work, and for a relatively small investment, can cut fuel usage by ships. Depending on the wind speed, optimal use of these sails can reduce fuel consumption by somewhere between 10 and 50%. Air seas themselves say 20%.
Exactly. Let's go kites to start with. There's nothing wrong with trying to improve your efficiency with a kite. But unfortunately, if you've got wind assist or trying to use your kite for wind assist, your vessel is already going along at, say, 10 knots. And therefore, you need a wind behind the boat of more than 10 knots to actually get a benefit in the kite. And therefore, the conditions that a kite would be useful are far less on an oil tanker or a bulk carrier than they would be on your dinghy.
But most of the people I spoke to for this video seemed more excited about some of the other wind technologies currently being deployed on ships. Perhaps unsurprisingly, considering that he makes them.
So, a wind wing, so it's actually 3 elements, 1, 2, 3, and you can see at this point they're arranged in a nice camber shape, and basically they work together in a similar way than an aircraft wing would work. So it's actually got a very large middle element, small nose element, and a small trailing element. And what that is doing is providing maximum lift upwards. The aircraft's going along, the wind's going in this direction effectively. The wind is going faster across this surface than this surface. That creates a pressure differential, which creates upward lift. Now we're on the deck of a ship, so the forces are a little bit different, but we can actually change the shape of the wing because we have pivots here and here, and make it either an efficient wing for very high winds or a more cambered wing to get maximum thrust. And we can not only change the shape of the wing, but we can also change the direction according to the wind. And we're not putting these on small boats, of course. We're putting these on 300, 200 meter long boats, but they're nonetheless incredibly impactful.
So just to reiterate, these wind wings, and thank you by the way, John, for sending me the STL for this so I could print one myself, operate with exactly the same principle as an aircraft wing, except instead of being oriented like this and generating thrust upwards because of the velocity of the aircraft moving through the air, they're oriented this way. They're oriented to face into the wind, generating thrust in the direction of travel. Demonstrating this one, I think it's going to be a bit trickier. So we're running into the problem here that at this scale it's unstable. Interestingly, these wings actually make these ships more stable in choppy weather. Apparently, sailors that operate on these vessels really like them because they make rolling seas a little bit more bearable. Not at this scale though. The limitations of printing this ship doesn't have a keel, and that's actually super important when it comes to these sails because you need some way of well, at this scale, keeping it stable, but also making sure that if the thrust is misaligned, that you're then not turning. So I think this just isn't going to work at this scale. Yeah.
This island is a little bit too big.
I did think this one would
for
be
the
a problem.
scale.
Fortunately, the technology works a lot better on real-life cargo ships. In fact, because they don't deform in the wind and actually change shape and orientation according to the apparent wind, they generate 250% the thrust of a single element fabric sail with the same surface area. In fact, they can make ships sail faster than the wind.
They make boats fly, you know, because of the wings. They fly. Never mind. To give you an example of a ship that has installed,
You know, like something like this that I can't see like this thing cannot retract. It might cause some. I'm not sure. I feel like it will cause some issues because I know they did the physics math, but I didn't think they did the storm. It's so chaotic. I'm not really sure. They have to literally like do a lot of the chaos theory stuff. It's going to be very difficult. Like if the computer system can run chaos theory properly, then maybe it can like predict the unpredictable. But I don't think can on that kind of size. Unless you need the ability to retract this thing, else it's going to be like a literal drag.
This might come as a shock to many of you, but often video games are primarily designed for enjoyment.
What? Nobody told me.
Now, that's obviously simplifying an entire category of entertainment. You can cry, you can scream, you can learn, you can... Whoa, but if we were trying to explain the concept of gaming to weird extraterrestrial bugs, I assume we'd start off with that. And I like your slime. But as prices go higher, free-to-play gets less free, co-op modes get abandoned, and the carrot on the stick gets further and further away, it starts to feel like the aspect of pure, simple whimsy is put on the back burner for tedious crap. That next achievement, that next unlock, that next skin, there's so many ways video games try to keep you tethered and then subsequently craving the next shackle. Fun for the sake of having fun with no other incentives involved for a while there was kinda dying out as a concept, especially in multiplayer games. Now, the ape-like primitive reward system will obviously still function in our brains forever.
I pressed the button. I get a grape.
You put a pill in this, didn't you?
However, a new genre has emerged, one hell-bent on tackling the monotonous slog and superficial grind. A genre built for laughter, community, and pals. A genre that echoes that medicinal feeling of a late-night 2007 impulse buy. And that genre is... Okay, you got me. Get under the couch! That name might not actually be officially recognized by the Council of Gamers.
This place smells so bad, my eyes are watering.
Friend Slop, Friend Farm, YouTube Bait, Content Farm, Social Chaos, Viral Streamer Party, Sandbox Sim is a thing that you've probably already played. And yes, I understand a lot of those phrases and titles are actually ridiculing the entire space, but while this genre remains kinda nameless, I'm just gonna say Friend Slop for now because I also happen to think it's funny. Lethal Company, Repo, Mage Arena, Content Warning, RV There Yet, Yap Yap, and the best one, you know what it is, baby, Peak. This genre is almost definitionless. They're only loosely held together with a simple cooperative goal. Get thing, go there, say this, do that, but the objective, or lack thereof, is mostly a thin adhesive used to stick any sort of wacky hijinks machines to a shared experience. Falling, dying, trying out an item.
You'll feel so good.
Playing these games is akin to a dumb baby chewing on everything to learn how it works. Oh shit, there's hardly any rules to what makes a Friend Slop game. In a nutshell, these titles are usually proximity voice-based multiplayer cooperative experiences with a heavy emphasis on self-sabotaging collaboration. What is necessary to progress is often shrouded in metaphorical booby traps and real ones. The effects of abilities frequently extend to players in addition to enemies, and actions and roles are strategically made asymmetrical, forcing players to make concessions either for themselves or for the greater good of the team. Who's carrying the piano or watching the cameras? Who gets to eat that last egg? This might be the only genre where the supposed purpose or goal of the game takes a backseat to the aspect of playing the game in the abstract.
I was just gonna mention the sponsor of this video. Oh yeah? Were you? Take him, boys.
This video is sponsored by Opera GX, the browser for gamers. Derogatory.
Are you tired of your browser cooking your computer for absolutely no reason?
Oh boy, I think I'm gonna open a second tab.
Check this out. Opera GX lets you limit the RAM and CPU usage with a built-in VPN and ad blocker, so the next time you need a companion wiki to play a game you like, it's not chugging your frames.
I have no idea how this crafting system works.
And if you're watching a video from that same wiki, the new video pop-up feature lets you overlay that tutorial seamlessly while you browse or play games. And here's my favorite part by far, you're gonna love this. The new GX mod system allows you to download, create, and customize literally everything from the sounds, visuals, symbols, and even the startup animation and taskbar icon. And now that you're watching this, you are legally obligated to go download the official Fool's Blade mod pack.
No, but all my settings are...
Alright, back to it. There's definitely levels of cravings for this in other games. Take a look at Arc Raiders. The proximity voice makes talking...
negotiating... just saying hello. Oh my god.
Really fun and interesting because there's genuinely almost zero benefit to doing this other than the shared joy and communal experience of making momentary friends in a constantly hostile environment. I guess you could argue if you're not a good shot, begging for your life is a benefit, but it's always quicker to shoot first and ask questions later, but many choose the don't shoot emote instead. It's far more beneficial to drop a group of 3 and take all their resources, but lots of people will call out,
You good, bro? We're cool if you're cool.
Surrendering resources and bargaining with other players isn't necessary whatsoever, but as humans, we crave this experience above all else because it makes us feel something greater than the acquisition of the items themselves. But friend slop games purposely sacrifice efficiency as a main mechanic, shrouding entire concepts and features behind vague how-tos, rough explanations, or a fuck around and find out structure. The actual, real objective is to be... I'm gonna crush something real quick. A lot of annoyingly cynical internet losers think these games are made exclusively for content creators only. And yeah, comedy-focused games undeniably benefit from being silly clip farms, but to act like people without a fucking following can't enjoy, laugh, and create those same moments is just nonsense and almost like digital classist in a way.
Oh, you're playing the game for the sheer enjoyment and not to exaggerate your facial expressions for clickbait thumbnails? How penurious.
If anything, playing these games with friends in a Discord, laughing and goofing off is a far more authentic experience and should be celebrated above all else. Fuck! Anyway, I really like killing my friends. Laughing with your friends is the main objective here. Sure, Peak has, well, the peak and badges. Lethal Company, Repo, and Content Warning have levels and a shared point system that progresses the run. But think about the actual moments you remember, even years later. I bet you can't tell me your highest quota or how much money you made off that one item, but I'm sure as hell you can tell me about that time your friend was cut off mid-sentence as he was dragged into hell, or that time you did that perfect outro, or that time your buddy completely airballed the shelf shroom and flung himself off the fucking cliff, never to be recovered. Moments that left you laughing so hard you struggled to breathe. These moments are worth everything, far more than any unlock or worthless Steam achievement. These comedic moments help us grow as people, as friends, as family. I know that sounds dramatic, but I think the genre has really found something.
What? Want to keep watching? Nah. Go watch the people that watch. Aha! I want the cold reply me.
This episode is sponsored by Curiosity Stream, smart TV for your smart TV. This is a beaver. You've probably heard of their dam building and tree cutting. Jerry, what's wrong with this beaver? He's not even trying. Look at him, he's drunk. Oh, that's better. It's a baby beaver. They're very cute. However, aside from humans, no other living animal does more to modify its environment for its own purposes. Beavers like it wet, and they're very good at making things wet. But when? How does the beaver, and why does it beave? Here are true facts about the beaver. To understand the beaver, you should know that it is a rodent. Rodents are the furry little meatballs of the field and forest. Just the right size for a snack. Who among us has not wanted to beer batter a hamster at some point? Guilty. Those flies are waiting for the cafeteria to open. So, being delicious, one thing that rodents became very good at is hiding. Old school beavers weren't into all this swimming and tree-cutting business, but they could sure piss you off in a game of hide-and-seek. Look at this thing. When people first discovered it, they didn't know what it was. They called it the devil's corkscrew, because apparently the devil has big bottles of wine. Personally, I think devil's bicycle seat or devil's catheter would have been more devil-appropriate. You know what it is? It's the fossilized tunnel of Paleocastor, a beaver that lived 20 million years ago. See? Good at hiding. At some point, the ancestor of the modern beaver got into swimming. It's a good way to escape predators, especially if you're a clumsy, waddling football of flesh. On land, the beaver isn't exactly graceful, but in the water, it is exactly graceful. Its paddle tail, which is more flexible than a cat's, becomes a rudder. They tuck their little hands up under their chin and let their big webbed feet do the swimming. Underwater, a thin see-through membrane covers their eyes. Their nostrils close up, and they have extra flesh on the inside of their lips that can close behind their front teeth. This allows them to carry things and even eat down there without getting a mouthful of water. It's just like my mother used to say, you try and find an open orifice on an underwater beaver. Good luck with that. The other thing that happened along the way was that beavers developed a taste for wood. Now, anyone can get a taste for wood, but to actually eat it is another matter. You need the right equipment, and rodent teeth are the right equipment. Let me explain. There are two main hard substances in a tooth, dentin and enamel. In our teeth, dentin helps anchor the tooth, and enamel forms a little cap that sticks out of our gums. Enamel is incredibly hard, the hardest thing our body makes, shush now, and it protects our teeth from wear and tear and forms a chewing surface. Enamel is made from densely packed crystals of a mineral called hydroxyapatite. That's right, our teeth are made from something called apatite. That's like a dad joke time bomb. But you can't just fart a crystal out. It's a whole process. Special cells called ameloblasts crawl around and leave a little snail trail of proteins behind them. Crystals then grow on these proteins. See those little cross-hatched lines? Each one of those lines was created by a single ameloblast cell. Up close, enamel is like a woven tapestry of crystal. So when teeth grow in your mouth hole, dentin is formed and enamel is layered on top of it. But when they're done, the cells that make enamel self-destruct and disappear. And that's it. If you break your enamel, you can't grow any back. That's okay for us because we eat relatively soft things like delicious meats and cheeses. But other animals like horses have to really chew the shit out of their food. And they would wear through our little enamel nubbins in no time. The enamel in horse teeth is laid out in sort of tube-like shapes that run up the length of the tooth. These are long teeth that slowly emerge as the horse ages. Here you can see the teeth of a young, healthy horse. I mean, not that healthy, its flesh is missing, and it's been cut in half. But healthy before that. Anyway, here is an old horse, and you can see that the teeth are almost completely gone. This horse won't be able to eat much longer because it's lost its appetite. That's it. So what about rodent teeth? Well, we'll get to that after a brief message about our sponsor. Curiosity Stream has thousands of shows and movies about all sorts of topics. Nature, history, science, food, whatever tickles your knowledge bone. And it's only $14.99 for an entire year. I didn't know things could cost that little anymore. They charge you $14.99 just to look at gas prices these days. And gas stations don't have shows like The Great Penguin Rescue. There's a transition for you. It's a show about these penguins in South Africa that didn't get the memo that they should be living somewhere freezing. So instead they hang out on beaches, which is crazy. Anyway, some of them need rescuing from time to time, and it turns out that it's not as easy as you might think. Sure, they can get a little bitey, but they're very cute. But if adorable penguins aren't your thing, there are 35 collections of curated programs hand-picked by experts. Check it out. Go to curiositystream.com/ZayFrank and use code ZayFrank to sign up. Just $14.99 for the whole year. I'm a fan and happy to have them as a sponsor. Where were we? Oh, right. Rodents have some next-level toothage. Their front teeth never stop growing, and their enamel-producing cells don't self-destruct. These teeth don't have a root like ours do, but they start crazy far back in the head. These front teeth have two basic layers, dentin in the back and enamel in the front. But right on the front surface, there is a thin layer of enamel that has iron incorporated into it. This is what makes it orange, but it also makes it extra hard. And because of this, the front of the tooth wears down more slowly than the back. And you know what that means? Their teeth are essentially a self-sharpening chisel. Look at that right there. This one's sort of shaving strips of wood with his bottom teeth. Now, beavers only eat a very thin layer on the outside of the tree. That's the living tissue where the nutrients are. And they prefer smaller, tender branches and even leaves. But they go through the ones they can reach and that are close to the safety of water fairly quickly. To get to the higher branches, they couldn't be bothered to learn how to climb, like basically every other rodent. Beaver was all like, I don't go to branches, friggin' branches come to me. So when beavers cut down trees, they're not eating that part of the tree. They're just bringing the good stuff closer to the ground. Now to begin, beavers will usually make a deep cut on one side. It's like a game of chicken between a tree and a beaver head, to the death. If unsquished, the beaver will move to the other side to finish up. They listen carefully for any cracking sounds to make sure they can waddle away slowly to safety. Now there's a scientist that suggests that beavers can actually control the direction of the tree fall, planning the cuts so the trees fall toward the water where the beaver is safe. But it's not clear if this research was peer-reviewed. Jerry, that's a typo. It's peer-reviewed. No, I'm not saying the same thing. I'm saying peer, like someone in the same field. No, they're not peeing in a field, Jerry. No one's peeing. Just leave it. Once the tree is horizontal, the beaver will start cutting branches down to size and dragging them back to the water. There they will eat them or submerge them and store them for later. Remember, it's just a thin layer on the outside that they eat, so there's a lot of stick garbage left over and lying around. One idea is that beavers evolved a set of fairly simple instincts about what to do with all those dicks. One instinct that even baby beavers have is pile stuff on top of other stuff. And just that can have some perks. Here, look at this big bank with a beaver hole in it. Starts off as just a regular old tunnel in the dirt. Then they start piling sticks on the ground above. A little weird, but that's enough to prevent the ground from freezing where they sleep. And when the dirt roof of their little tunnel collapses, they've got a wood roof. But it's not just a pile of sticks. They have an instinct to fill in gaps and smooth things out. They bring in piles of mud with their little hands and pack it all in there. But they don't do this on the part that's furthest from the water, creating some airflow. Let's face it, beavers can get a bit musky, and they keep at it. If the water rises, they can build up higher. And pretty soon, they're not living in the dirt. They're living in a stick condominium. They can build these homes out in the middle of a pond, too. They don't build it around themselves like a bird's nest. Same basic rules, build a pile, pack it in, and then tunnel into it and make yourself some rooms. It's cozy in there. I know what you're thinking. What is that beaver doing? Well, that beaver's eating chili right out the can, so to speak. You see, the problem with eating wood is that it's wood. It's not like a ding-dong with a creamy center. I mean, it's actually freaking wood. So to digest it, the beaver has to eat it twice. After the first go-round, I guess it still has some flavor. Like if you found some leftover chewing gum that had been in your ass. So not only do beavers have to chew the crap out of their food, they have to chew the food out of their crap. All right, I'm done. Anyway, that's what they do, and the end product is...
So does rabbit. Actually, lots of rodents does that because they have a very short digestive tract, and then they eat the stuff that actually is really hard to digest. So most of the time they actually double tap that shit, literally.
It's essentially sawdust, but that's not all that comes out the back of a beaver. They have anal glands, and I'm not talking about glands that get uptight when you're late for a party. I'm talking about glands in their anus that produce an oily substance that the beavers rub all over their body. It's like when you waterproof your shoes with a bit of oil, except this comes out of their butt. Those back paws there, by the way, have a special grooming claw on them. It has 2 nails on it, like a really cheap comb, but it helps get that butt oil all up in there. And that's not all. There's another tap on that backside soda fountain. They have castor sacs near the base of their tail, which produces castoreum. It's a yellowish goo they use for scent marking. Beavers build these little piles around their territory. They climb up on them and they sort of fart out some castoreum. Told you. You get a whiff of that, you know whose turf it is. It's also how females communicate that they are ready to mate. Apparently, castoreum smells and tastes kind of sweet and leathery, and it's been used in perfumes and food. Someone was the first person to figure that out. Guys, check this out. The stuff that comes out of a beaver's ass tastes just like vanilla. Anyway, what beavers do inside their own home is their business. Oh my, you could open a beer with that yawn. It's very cozy in there, it's very cozy in there, but if you live in a house that's half underwater, you're gonna have to deal with leaks. Beavers are very sensitive to the movement and sound of water where it's not supposed to be. And when they find a leak, they do it right. They go round to the outside to fix it. The sound of water also seems to be an important trigger for dam building. It's not the constant sound of rushing water, but rather the uneven burbling of water moving over an obstruction. Under the right conditions, when beavers hear this sort of sound, they seem to want to stop it. First, they'll put a pile of sticks right at the source of the sound. On the downstream side, they'll pin some larger branches as cross braces against the current. Then on the upstream side, they'll pack it in with finer materials. Sound familiar? So this mini dam is now on top of the source of the original sound. But the water goes around it and makes new pockets of sound. So the beaver beeves and the rest of the dam gets built. It's almost like you could think of dam building as the plugging of a very large leak. You know what some people do? They play water sounds through loudspeakers to try to trick beavers into building dams in specific places. Got some time on your hands if you're messing with beavers like that. These dams can flood massive areas. This extends the beaver's territory, but it also stabilizes the water level and creates a predictable environment. Most rodents don't really have these kinds of predictable environments, so they make lots of babies as a kind of insurance and they don't invest a lot in raising them. That often means high infant mortality. But beavers took matters into their own little creepy hands and evolved to control their environment. So they do it different. They form monogamous pairs, often for life, and they care for their babies for a couple of years. And this is important because the instincts in young beavers need to be refined by watching and learning from their parents. Their first attempts at dam building are pure crap, and their first lodges are like the first apartments that kids get after college. You know, there's a lava lamp, a futon, and a half-eaten bagel. And the futon's so gross you choose to sit on the bagel. And he's all like, "Where's my bagel?" And you've got explaining to do. But over time, these young beavers will learn how to build incredible... Oh my gosh, did you see that? The big beaver took the stick and the little one headbutted him. Jerry, did you see it? It was a real headbutt. He used his head on his butt. Play it again, Jerry. No, don't fade it out. Oh, you're still mad about the peer review thing, aren't you? No, Jerry, I do understand what you heard. You heard peer, like one who pees, right? But Jerry, that's not a word. Queer isn't one who quees. It would need 3 E's in it. P-er. What? Seer? Oh, that's interesting. Seer is sort of like what you're saying. But hold on, Jerry. The bigger point here is that you thought urination was somehow part of scientific review. What did you think peer review was? Well, Jerry, that's not science. That's niche pornography.
Every single time to talk with Jerry. Oh, it's got me. Got me. Alright, what time is it? 7 hours, almost 8 hours. I've been working a little bit a lot. Despite I did go to eat, but I kind of sort of just eat for 20 minutes and then, you know, come back. So yeah. Lots of work. 95. Not 9 to 5 anymore, it's more like OT at this point, but still. That's what it is. Again, thank you very much for watching, guys, and as always, this is just me like working on my stuff and showing you guys. When I do actual stream, I don't know when I will do it at this point. So yeah, when I actually do, I'll show it to you guys. Okay. Toodoo. I say toodoo.